a collective, joint effort which would not be possible without the team that we have got. That's why let me express my gratitude to Kateryna for logistics support, for the workshop on the one of the topics that you will see today in the evening tonight. And let me express my gratitude to Marina Bakayenko for coordination, to Bogdan and to Serhiy, who have actually invited the forum here and have done a lot for this forum to happen, and Alexandra Prima, Yaroslav Nishchuk, Anna Verbytskyi and Anna Chorna. Thank you for arranging all the communication and for learning all this information about the forum. Also, Alina Khalashvili, Yulia Kabanets, Oля Polishchuk. About the reconsideration of the concept of the railway station square, Mariana Kozemska for helping with the agenda, and to Ivan Verbytskyi for ideas, inspiration and support. I hope I have not forgotten anyone, because I'm really so much grateful to all those people. And this list is very, very long, and the forum is also supported by different organizations, institutions, entities. In particular, this year our forum is Chernivtsi City Council, and also the forum has been supported for 6 years by the Heinrich Stiftung, and our new partners this year are UN Habitat, and we are also supported by the Embassy of the Netherlands. And besides this sentimental introduction, I do have some logistic items to share with you. So first of all, let me tell you what we generally will do in case of air alert. The event and invite everyone to the shelter, and we will resume after the end of air alert. If it so happens that there is a power outage, please stay in your places. We will need about 5 minutes to shift to generators, and after that we will go on. So that seems to be it as far as technical things are concerned. That's why I suggest that we start our solemn talk to launch the event, and it's my great pleasure to invite Yevhen Makhovikov, who is Deputy City Mayor of Chernivtsi, Ivan Verbytskyi, Director of the Analytical Center Cedos, Kateryna Kvashnytska, coordinator of the program Democracy Promotion of the Heinrich Boell Stiftung, and Niina Rinne, the head of Urban Lab Ukraine from UN Habitat. Well, thank you for coming. We will have about an hour for our talk, and I will first suggest that you have some introductory speeches within which you will speak on the role of your organizations, entities and initiatives in what is happening in our cities. And I would ask the city representatives to speak more on what challenges we are facing in Chernivtsi. Let's speak about the tasks the city has. And before we start, I would also like to mention that, as you probably already know, the topic of our forum is society in space. And during all the discussions that we will have, we will try to focus on this connection of the societal and spatial dimensions in the city development, because there is an integral connection. 6 years ago, when the forum was just launching its activity, the question was, what is a fair city? What is a just city? And it seems to me that after 6 years, we are getting back to this question. We are even brave enough to try and give the answer to the question. And for me, a fair, a just city is the one where we strike the right balance between this societal, social, and spatial development. And this balance seems to be hardly reachable because it's a rather abstract objective. But to reach it, we definitely need cooperation between different actors, be it NGOs, international entities, cities, towns, people living in those cities. That's why our talk is another
якою може бути ця співпраця? Які ролі обіймають наші організації? Що ми можемо робити для
in what we could possibly do for the future development of Ukrainian cities. So, let's get down to business and let me give the floor to Yevhen. Yevhen, tell us.
Що зараз відбувається у Чернівцях? Які у вас є перед вами стоять основні завдання і виклики?
Чути, да? Всім привіт, радий всіх вітати. Мені дуже приємно, як представнику міської ради, як чернівчанину, вітати вас в Чернівцях. Звісно, я мушу сказати, що це унікальне місто, і сподіваюся, у вас у всіх буде можливість в цьому переконатися. Коли ми зайшли в міську раду, чітко розуміли, що місто сьогодні це не лише про...
Clearly understood that the city now is not just about architecture, buildings and roads. That is the center where the pathway for the development of the city is being shaped in the background of architectural, political, economic issues. And that's why we developed an integrated, comprehensive development concept which we used to pass our further decisions. I cannot tell you that I'm really a good expert as far as urban issues, urban development issues are concerned, but I'm the resident of the city of Chernivtsi. That's why the changes that I can see while driving a car or riding a bicycle, well, these are the changes that are actually the main goal both of local self-government bodies' activities and of the urban development direction. I'm talking about positive emotions coming from you living in a specific city, which is the most important objective. That's why the city planning documents and the integrated concept for the development of Chernivtsi lay down 8 basic principles. And they are all focusing on the city residents. We use all those 8 principles trying to work with the social component that we are now talking about. To be more specific, these are sustainable development. So these principles really correspond to the sustainable development goals. And one of the principles that we started actively promoting is transparency of work, which means that the architectural competitions that we are now actually launching and participatory approach with the engagement of NGOs are the things that constitute the core in terms of sustainable development of our city. That's why all the decisions and all the changes that have already occurred in our city are based on this principle. I hope that you will have a chance to see this. Of course, we started with quick changes, with low-hanging fruits, which are public spaces. We really worked hard on them, and I hope that you will have a chance to appreciate what we have done. And, why am I talking about uniqueness? Every city will say that they are unique in something, but we are engaging a lot of benefactors We engaged a lot of benefactors to reform our and transform our public spaces. We did not allocate a lot from the city budget, but we engaged experts in architecture on the basis of some architectural competitions. That's why we've got this result. Well, of course, it's fine when we have different opinions and different ideas, but I think that our results are good because our community responds very well to the changes. You know, when you can see that a public space like a park or a square is being transformed from something unclear to the place of gravity, with a lot of kids coming there together with their mothers and a lot of elderly people having their leisure time there. So you realize then it's worth the effort. Well, actually, I can speak longer, or I could give the floor to somebody else. Well, thank you, Yevhen. Thank you generally for drawing our attention to the importance of the participatory approach to the engagement of citizens, engagement of NGOs, because in Ukraine, NGOs have always been and still are one of the game changers for progressive reforms. And here I'm talking from the point of view of a person who is engaged in the work of NGOs. It seems to me that our stance is quite unique, and it enables us to be critical, but at the same time offer some radical, drastic solutions that would not be offered by anybody else. That's why I would like to give the floor now to Ivan Verbytskyi, director of the Analytical Center Cedos, who will tell you probably more about the work of NGOs, like their organization. Thank you. I'm happy to be staying here together with all of you. Cedos was established in 2010, and over this period of time we have done quite a lot, and we keep going. One of the important tasks is research, different sorts of research that we do. Suppose about people commuting or people going from work to from home to work. We are also studying the needs of the members of the servicemen's families, and we have just completed this study. And at the registration desk, you can see how to make the development of the city gender-based, gender-sensitive. So these are the things that we research at the local level for us to understand how the society is functioning and to offer some decisions and solutions. We also do advocacy. We also create opportunities for sharing experience between local self-government bodies, NGOs. Suppose last year Cedos organized the laboratory of housing leadership. That was a workshop for several days, and people from different communities could share their experience in terms of how they are arranging this issue of housing in their places of residence. So in that way, we try to help people facing different complex situations. We have prepared a kind of a manual for tenants, for lessors and lessees, for them to know what their rights and restrictions are and how they can rent or rent out the housing facilities, not to violate the rights of other people who are partners who are participating in this relationship. We also provide expertise to other NGOs. Suppose last year we helped several organizations representing several Ukrainian cities. In particular, in Kolomea, our colleagues were studying the needs of veterans organizations in terms of their reintegration in civil life. And in one of the regions, we were also studying the role of perennial plants in the greening of cities. So I hope that we will go on with those directions to reinforce our communities and our NGOs. We also try to engage people in the decision-making processes at the community level. Over 2 years, we have been working with 20 communities, and we would like to start working with 10 more. These could be absolutely different issues. Starting with the updating of the regional strategy of development, up to the decision-making process on how business could be supported, how economic activity could be supported. And, we could also deal with the issue of mobility, engaging youth in the life of the community, creation of public spaces, and a lot of other things that we are working And we help communities to create public and cultural centers. Last year, we helped 10 communities from different regions of Ukraine, starting with Lviv region up to Kharkiv region, and from Chernihiv region to Odessa region, like from south to north and from east to west. We helped them renovate some of the premises, and here in the Makhovikov Center, you can also see pictures, the exhibitions of the pictures, with the pictures of those restored spaces, renovated spaces. And this year we're working with 10 more communities, and together with our partners we are launching a project that aims to help Ukrainian citizen communities to learn to be climate neutral. The competition is already going on. You still have several weeks to join and to apply. There, within that project, European cities will be sharing their experience with Ukrainian communities. And we are also working on spatial planning together with Suma community. We are developing the concept for the integrated development until 2035. We are also helping Ukrainian communities to create development and restoration plans. In particular, we are working with the Zaporizhzhia region and 5 communities there. I will tell you more during my presentation. We help the communities find funding because now there is more of international assistance. And since Ukrainian budgets are limited and the process of European integration opens up new horizons for Ukrainian communities, we are just now launching our work with 10 communities to help them engage that funding. And I'm really encouraging all of you to visit the Ukrainian Urbanistic platform, which is an online media functioning since 2015. We are happy that we support this media. It is also one of the media partners of the forum. And we keep going with it because it's a good platform for arranging discussions between different people who analyze the development of Ukrainian cities. We also have got podcasts. One of them is dedicated to urban transformations. It was created in 2022 when we couldn't hold this forum, so a podcast was kind of a solution. But last year we published another podcast called Public Hearings, and it studies the issue of participation, engagement, and interaction between the authorities and citizens. Urban Forum is a very precious project that we like very much, and we are so happy that for 6 years we have been holding this forum. Every year it is held in a different city, and that's a great opportunity to go to other cities, to invite other people to our cities, to get acquainted and to learn more. Because every time when we come to a new city, we learn something new about the beautiful things, absolutely incredible things happening in those cities that you probably cannot see from other regions. And it seems to me that this internal discussion inside Ukraine is really precious because within those discussions we may learn a lot, not just from the international experience but from Ukrainian experience, of which we are not that much aware because we don't have a lot of Ukrainian donors sharing their experience with our communities. We do have international donors sharing this experience with us, but Ukrainian partners could also share it. So it's important for us to have this forum as a forum of the whole community of people dealing with urban development, local development, spatial development. That is a good opportunity to meet every year and to communicate and to exchange our experience. Thank you for coming, and I hope that these 2 days will be a very good opportunity to discuss a lot of important things. Thank you, Yevhen. It may seem that the number of projects and topics is really extensive, but when we're talking about the spatial development of the city, that is really what matters. It's not uniform. It really includes a number of different dimensions, be it participation, housing policy, social protection, or taking care of climate neutrality of Ukrainian cities. And 6 years ago, The forum was established as a platform for expanding this urban discussion in Ukraine, for it to leave the framework of the discussion about just spatial development, and for it to include some of the aspects that sometimes even cannot be gathered together. So it seems to me that we keep going with that, and as a result of our forum we get new acquaintances, new contacts. Suppose last year we had the forum in Vinnytsia where we were talking more about the housing policy, and today in the morning I saw our last year partners from the forum who have come to Chernivtsi, and I hope that these connections will just be enriched in the future. But the forum and a number of other projects of ours would not be possible without the support coming from international organizations. And in fact, NGOs in Ukraine are closely supported by international donors. And the Heinrich Boell Stiftung is the one that has been supporting the forum for 6 years and even more, when it was not a forum but the conference on the city's rights. But it's kind of folklore for me because I don't know it from my own experience. I've just heard about it. So I'm happy to see Kateryna Kvashnytska here. She will tell you more about the activities of the Stiftung, of the fund, and about its priority. Thank you. I'm happy to welcome all of you here. This is the first urban forum for me, so I hope that there will be a lot more to come. So let me speak about the Heinrich Boell Stiftung. This is a German political fund which is a part of the green political movement of Germany and the EU. It is already represented in 60 countries of the world, and in Ukraine it started its activity in 2008. It seems to me Cedos is one of the oldest our partners in Ukraine. The fund has implemented about 500 projects that aimed to support the green movement and to reinforce the development of the values that we as a part of the green movement are really cherishing. So that's actually what we will be discussing with you today and tomorrow. It's all about gender equality, participation, sustainable development, mobility. So that's something that is really supported by our fund. We support also the NGOs that are going in that direction. We've got 4 basic programs in Ukraine. The first one is democracy promotion. We've got the program of democracy working with gender equality. Also, it's about climate and sustainable energy. And we have got a new program as human safety and international relations. So within democracy promotion, we working on the studies of the gender-sensitive approach to restoration and recovery. And I would like to also say that Yevhen has already mentioned that, unfortunately, cities quite often become the stages for political competitions during the election process. I would say that it's both unfortunately and fortunately, because the decentralization reform has enabled us to do a lot more things at the local level, and cities constitute a unit where this fight and this competition is really clearly seen, and we as citizens, as residents of those cities, can thus be engaged in the process, not just during the election process and campaign, but over this 5-year cycle. So it seems to me that in our work, both we and our partners, we are also dealing with this participatory approach, participatory democracy, and making it happen. So I think that the forum is also a very important platform where we can get acquainted with each other, do networking. We even have networking in the agenda, and I'm happy that we've got a lot of partners or friends with whom we have already been cooperating, and I would really encourage you to get acquainted with people, get acquainted with the information about our fund, We are open to cooperation because we are providing not just grants, but we would also be happy to encourage new contacts and connections. And let me also mention that I was just thinking before the forum what I would like to say here. So the first topic of the forum is about a fair city. You remember that first urban forum. And really, as Nastya has said, we are getting back to this question every single year and during every forum. But now, during the full-scale war, this topic is really important. It seems to me that we should have Luba Halan. She will also probably speak on that from the from the center principle, and we should all be engaged in the planning process, in the decision-making process. I think that because of the war, we need to include more people, more representatives of other sectors in those processes, because IDPs were not that important, and now they are. So a city should be fair, and I'm happy that Urban Forum keeps talking about that. It has been talking about that for already 6 years, and I'm really looking forward to our further discussions. Thank you. Thank you, Kateryna. I'm really happy to hear that the topic of spatial fairness, territorial or city, urban one, resonates with you. And now I would also like to focus on fairness, but also about restoration and recovery of Ukrainian cities, because over the recent 2 years and a half, this institutional landscape has really changed a lot in terms of the organizations that are engaged in the restoration and recovery of our cities. We've got new institutional actors, a lot more international organizations that are in some way engaged in what is happening in Ukrainian cities. And one of those actors new to Ukraine is UN Habitat. And we are happy that we are partners with the UN Habitat, and we are happy to welcome Niina Rinne, who is the head of Urban Lab Ukraine from the UN Habitat, and she can tell us more about what the UN Habitat is currently doing and what their plans for the nearest future are. Over to you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. And my name is Niina Rinne, and I'm from the UN Habitat. And it's a great pleasure to be here with such a great panelist. And I would like to warmly welcome you all to this year Urban Forum. So maybe a few words about UN Habitat. We are a global agency. We are the United Nations agency to promote sustainable and inclusive and resilient cities and human settlements. And we work to ensure that the urban development is inclusive, resilient, and also addresses the needs of communities. And we have a particular focus on achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, especially the Goal 11. And I also think the theme society and space is very important. And it's also important and relevant for UN Habitat. I would say our approach to human development is holistic, and especially it's human-centric. And we also see that the spatial design of cities can be a key factor in promoting the social well-being and sustainability. And I would like to acknowledge that, as the mayor also said, that cities are not just about buildings and infrastructure, that is also about the people and their aspirations, their needs and their dreams. And I think we as urban planners and architects, as well as decision makers, we have or we can influence what kind of societies are created. And are our cities inclusive? Are they safe for women and children? Do they provide accessible services for people with disabilities? So I think we have a huge responsibility also that the spaces we design, that they are welcoming to all and inclusive. UN Habitat, we have decades of experience in supporting societies and governments across the world. Also in a post-conflict settings or context, for example, in Somalia, Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, and now in Ukraine. And we have recently opened a country office in Kiev to support Ukraine in this recovery process. And our work goes beyond the short-term reconstruction, that we also focus on a longer-term sustainable development, and we are providing technical assistance in urban planning to local and national governments. And this also includes like how to support the policy development or how to enhance transparent governance structures as well, finance systems and data. And within Ukraine, within the country office, we have established an urban lab, also to bring the global knowledge from the recovery to the local level. And I would say the Urban Lab is kind of a knowledge hub or is a platform, and we aim to bring partners together who has the same goal to support the recovery and sustainable development. And we also, aim to bridge these immediate humanitarian needs to longer-term perspective and sustainable development. And we want to, bring the people together and facilitate exchange with different partners and different levels of government, as well as to identify the best practices, and also globally and locally as well. And at the moment, the Urban Lab consists of local and international partners. We are, for example, working together with Restart and Impact, as well as Unitalk. And together with Impact and Restart, we are implementing a project funded by Germany, by BMZ, and we are providing technical support to 8 Romadas to co-develop urban plans. So these are all legal plans. They are called either comprehensive recovery programs or concept of integrated development, depending on the context of the Romada. And I would say this collaboration between local and international partners and different expertise, so whether it's urban planning or data collection or capacity building, I think we can create much stronger and holistic and effective results. And however, we as an Urban Lab, we are just getting started, so we're always looking for new partners and new collaborations. So whether you're from academia or development agency or civil society or grassroots organization, we would love to connect and hear more about you. And yes, I think there is a lot of potential to work together and support the Ukrainian cities. So please don't hesitate to reach out to us. We're always keen to explore new ideas and how can we work together. And finally, thank you for all the partners, and particularly thank you for Cedos to organize such a great event, and looking forward for all the exciting discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that the forum is exactly the place where you can find new partners and new connections, where you can get acquainted with new entities in Ukraine. We have still got several minutes left for our first panel. That's why I suggest that each panelist thinks now about the future in the context of your organization or in the context of your city, and just tell a couple of most important things that are that matter for you now or in the future. I think, Yevhen, that we will start with you again.
And could you please tell us a little bit more about the route Chernivtsi are going to take in the future? So, the main context of today's forum is a fair city, as has been mentioned already. And all the economists have touched upon this topic. After the full-scale invasion, unfortunately, the objectives that had been set before had been transformed. Thus, our priorities at the moment, this is my personal opinion, include integration of IDPs, integration of IDPs if we are talking about Chernivtsi. But of course, every city has its own history, which may be very sad. And for us, we are dealing with IDPs, relocated enterprises and businesses, and I'm convinced that after victory, we will all be talking about inclusiveness, about creating an inclusive space. And for Chernivtsi, this is quite problematic. You know our history, you know the environment here. And today I have already talked to the International Organization on Migration, and we have a joint program building new homes for IDPs, and we had to make some quick decisions and come up with quick solutions. We created modular homes. This is not about integration as such, so for us it's relevant if we are talking about a non-standard urban approach. Then we are talking about accessibility of homes. We are looking at different proposals to create accessible homes for our people so that people coming to Chernivtsi don't ask questions whether this city is better or worse than their own city. And it's about integration and fairness. And these are some of the priorities that I think we will be looking at in the near future. And I know that there is a panel dedicated to social housing, and we will probably be discussing some ideas and proposals that in the future will translate into legislative framework. Because unfortunately, at the moment, our legislation does not comply with the reality of our life, with the objectives of integration and coming back to normal life. So I'd once again like to welcome all of the participants, and I hope that today we're going to have some fruitful discussions. There will be new meetings, new partnerships will be established. Thank you very much, Yevhen. Ivan, the floor is yours. I think that everything already mentioned is something that, of course, I support. And recently, we've been working more and more with topics related to the military, and if we are an organization working with social issues, we still have to deal with the military aspect. If we are talking about social policy, for example, then again, more and more often, we are coming back to the question of how the state should interact with the families of fallen soldiers or those that are missing, or how should we recruit soldiers into the armed forces. And these are some of the questions that are becoming more and more relevant for us. And it's a world that we are living in, and these are the challenges that we are facing. And very often it's about our own work, because we are having many more tasks at hand. We have many more problems that the society is faced with. We see more demand for our work, but we also see that there are fewer people who can work, because some people have been relocated, some have joined the armed forces of Ukraine. So we are, of course, grateful to all those defending us on the front lines. And these are some of the challenges that are important for us, relevant for us as a Ukrainian organization. But in addition to all these crucial and vital social issues that have to do with the direct impact of the war, and here we are talking about housing or IDPs or veterans, here we also understand that we as a society need to have some kind of understanding. There should be spaces inside our homes that are safe spaces. This is very important. So everything that has to do with public spaces, in particular in Chernivtsi, is very important. And this very moment, it is important for people to have these public shared spaces where they can have a rest, where they can spend time together. And we are helping communities to create these centers and spaces where people can meet up and talk, because during the war, communication, these interaction spaces are becoming even more relevant for communities. So if we are talking about priorities, then there are two aspects here. Number one is care, solidarity, and interaction that we'd like to cultivate in this society, because this is something that makes us stronger and helps us survive and think about the future. And the second thing is building understanding in the society, so that we have these social connections that help us cherish care and solidarity. Thank you. Kateryna? It will be difficult for me to add anything actually, but coming back to what our program is doing, it's not just about physical and social spaces, it's something on the border, it's about the history of our cities, about decolonization, decommunization, because you know, all spaces have their own history and we need to rethink this history. So we are talking about a very broad framework of renovation and reconstruction, which includes some intellectual aspects which we need to remember, because our history is used by Russians to create disinformation and fake news. And this is something that may not appear very important right here and now, but this is something that we shouldn't be disregarding. If we do not assume responsibility, then somebody will assume this responsibility for us. And this is something that took place in the past, and we should not be forgetting about it. And obviously, it should be stressed that our cities must be inclusive. We need to develop sustainable mobility programs, and I think that many of you have come from big cities. I, as a Kyiv resident, cannot but speak about public transport, and we have some issues in this respect, and we need to think about not just developing public transport systems but also make them accessible for all groups of our citizens. That's probably it, and with this I'd like to give the microphone over to the next speaker.
So I would, to start at UN Habitat, we are a new player in Ukraine. So I think first of all, we need to listen to the communities. We need to understand better. And we can also facilitate discussions, bring people together, bring different levels of governments together. We can also provide guidance based on best practices and based on other post-conflict situations. But I would also like to highlight the importance of communities and individuals. So we also, as an individual, has responsibility. How can we shape our cities? How can we change public spaces? Can we create campaigns together? And also, like, I'm living in Kiev and I like to cycle everywhere. So I would also like to maybe empower more women, to see women cycling in Kiev and change the roads to more accessible and friendly. So maybe then UN Habitat can also play the role of doing advocacy and convening then the government to change some of the policies and regulation based on the community needs.
And I also wanted to add another idea. This is something that just skipped my mind, but this is something that we are discussing at our foundation together with our friends and partners. So this is about deconstruction of our memory, and it's about memorization. Because we are having wide discussions about the national memorial cemetery, and in different cities similar memorials will be created, and this is also about the responsibility of specific cities. So in the context of memory, this is something that we should also remember and think about right now. because maybe there are people who have been touched by this more than the others, but thinking about the future, we need to act right now so that we don't feel ashamed in the future if we don't have these discussions, if we don't pay necessary attention to this issue. Thank you. Well, I think it was the official opening of our forum, and I'm very happy that we were able to discuss all these cross-cutting topics that we will discuss during the upcoming 2 days: the importance of housing, public spaces, decolonization of the past and memory about the past, the importance of inclusiveness, gender sensitivity in urban planning, accessibility. So these were some of the topics that we were trying to highlight during our discussion, and those that will be highlighted during the upcoming 2 days. So I urge you to reflect on these things, express your ideas, and you will have an opportunity to ask questions, not now, but during the upcoming panels. So let us thank our speakers first. And now I'd like to give the floor to Olena, Kateryna, Angela, who will have an ice-breaking session and who will tell us a little bit more about our program. Good morning, everyone. I'm Kateryna Fursa, and here with me I have Olena Angelova. We will be the facilitators of this forum, and as Anastasia has just mentioned, we have been with this forum for many years, and it's an honor for us to be facilitators every year, and we are very happy to be here today. I also wanted to add, and pardon me for that, Olena, but this year Olena joined the armed forces of Ukraine, and she actually had to put in a lot of effort to be here with us today, not to break the tradition. And up until the last moment, we didn't know whether she was going to be present here today. And our role here is to help you meet new people. We will be helping you today and tomorrow. We will be present with you in the evening during reflections. We will be helping you with networking. So you will be seeing us from time to time. And I'm here to also announce some of the important things regarding our agenda. On your badges, on the reverse of the badge, you will see a QR code. If you scan it, you will download our agenda. If you need the paperback copy, you can pick those up in the hall. We will be informing you about any changes to the agenda. You will be able to find those changes in our joint chat on WhatsApp. There are also QR codes around here in the space, so please raise your hands who has already joined the chat. That's great. I see that the majority of you have already joined, so if you haven't done it yet, you can scan the QR code, which you are seeing on the screen. And if you're unable to join using the QR code, then when you leave this room, you will also see the QR codes on the walls, and you will be able to scan them and join the chat. Please join our chat because there are several channels in this chat. One channel for announcements. There's also a chat for your communication. Please feel free to use it, talk to each other, and there's also a chat for the workshop. So you will have to join each chat separately so that you're able to see all the updates. So this hall will be our main venue, so all the discussions that you will see in the agenda will take place here. Also, we have a small room which is located further beside the registration area, where you will see two exhibitions. One is dedicated to reconstructed spaces in Chernivtsi, and the second one is about public spaces created in small communities. These will be permanent exhibitions which you will be able to attend during the 2 days of the forum. Also, you can sign up for excursions that will take place tomorrow in the first half of the day. For this, you need to approach the registration desk and sign up. You can also sign up for a workshop dedicated to research of the city, which will take place on Saturday, and the workshop will take place in English without interpretation. So these are some of the details about our agenda. So if you're interested in signing up for any of the events, you can do it during the break or at any other time. Also, in the evening, there is informal networking, and there will be transfer to the place of the informal networking. You will be able to see the venue in the agenda, but our colleagues will also be sending you updates in the announcement chat on WhatsApp. Also, we have our hashtag. If you'd like to publish any posts on social media, we are kindly asking you to use our hashtag. You can see it on the screen. You can take a picture of the hashtag, and I would also ask our colleagues to copy the hashtag into the chat. We will be very pleased to follow any posts with the hashtag. Please use our photo area and tag us in your social media. With regards to interpretation, some parts of the program will be conducted in English, so if you need interpretation, you can take the headsets in the hall area. And one more technical announcement about this hall: you cannot bring food or coffee inside the room, so please, if you want to have some coffee or snacks, please do that in the hall, but in the entry hall or lobby, but not here. And if there are any questions about the agenda, you can approach any of our team members. There are several Cedos team members here. They will all have black badges. All the participants have yellow badges, speakers and facilitators have red badges, and all the team members have black badges. So if you see a person with a black badge, you can approach them and ask anything that you're having questions about. So this is about the technical side of things, organizational aspects. And right now we are going to have an ice-breaking session, and the first thing I'd like to ask is for those of you who are the first time attendees to raise your hands. Thank you. And who is here for the second time? How about the online participants? Who is here for the third time? All right. Fourth time. Okay. How about fifth and sixth? I think that we only have those who are here for the fourth time. So, if you're here for the second or third time, do you know what's going to happen right now? Please don't be shy. So, if you actually attended the Urban Forum before, so do you know how the ice-breaking session is going to look like? Just say it out loud. Yes, we will be walking, we will be talking in groups. So for those who are here for the first time, and even for those who are not here for the first time, let me remind you that an important and traditional part of the forum is networking. And for this very purpose, we are having a networking space so that you can talk to each other to understand who has come to the forum. And we will be laying the foundation for all the meetings that will take place here. So, as you can see, it may not be very convenient to move around this room, so we will have to use the lobby. And there is a task for you to somehow organize yourselves in this space. We don't know about the sound quality, but we should be able to see and hear each other. So how will it look like? So when we go out into the lobby, when we announce the instructions for this ice-breaking session, we will all move to the entrance hall. And there, together with Olena, we will be asking you some questions. You will have to do some things. There will be some tasks. But it's obvious that from time to time we will need to hear each other. So traditionally, during the forum, we use this secret code. You raise your hand, so some of you may already know about this. If you see somebody raising their hand, it means that you also need to raise your hand and finish your conversation. And in such a way, everybody becomes quiet and we can move on with the following tasks. Let us practice. Raise your hands, please. So when you are raising your hand, you are no longer speaking. So you cannot raise your hand and continue speaking. A raised hand means that you are staying silent. So these are some of the technical issues that will help us organize ourselves. So to start the ice-breaking session, which will last for about 60 minutes, we are inviting all of you to go out into the entrance hall. So we will have some 2 minutes to move to a different space, and we will be waiting for you there. You can leave your belongings here, because some people will be staying here and will be able to look after them. So you can leave your backpacks, purses, whatever you have here. So just take the things that you need. There will be no interpretation available there, so we will be repeating all the instructions in English.
Шановні колеги, ми за кілька хвилин вже будемо починати.
Dear colleagues, we are about to start. We have some 5 minutes left before the beginning of the next block.
Доброго дня, на моєму годиннику 12.
Good afternoon. It's 12 p.m. according to my watch, which means that we are about to start the panel discussion. So you can see the QR code with our agenda. And first of all, I'd like to thank you for being here. And I also want to thank all our partners and everybody involved in the organization of this forum. You can see the logos of all these wonderful organizations here on the screen. And we are very happy to be able to be here today to discuss the society and space, which is the topic of this year's Urban Forum. And the first panel discussion is directly called to launch our conversation about society and space and urban transformation. We will be discussing whether cities are fair or not and how urban development is functioning in Ukraine amid war, amid circumstances of uncertainty, and we will be discussing the challenges that Ukrainian cities are facing and how we can overcome those challenges that the Ukrainian society is faced with, both on the level of the communities and cities as well as on the national level, because the decisions made on the national level have an impact on the local level, but they are also tied. And the topic of this year's Ukrainian Urban Forum is something that is about the connection between the societal and the spatial, people and space. It's a relevant topic for debates and discussions in different spheres of public life. We know that many economists, political scientists, and researchers study how societies develop, why some nations are rich while others are poor. How does it come to be? Is it because there are different societal institutions and different values, or maybe is it because there are different spaces? Some countries lie in one climatic region, others in another. Maybe these are the circumstances that influence the societal development. So what comes first? When we are talking about some transformations, what should we do? Should we start from changing the space around us, because we know that space can influence on the way we are functioning, because the central square in the city can become a marketplace, it can become a place for meetings, for democratic rallies within the community, or the central square can become a place for military parades and a totalitarian space, which is called to maybe glorify a leader, and in the middle you would have a monument to that dictator, or it will be the 1st of May demonstration that will take place on that square. So different spaces stimulate for different interactions. Also, the monuments that we put on our streets tell how different our societies are. At the same time, spaces do not emerge by themselves. So the different spatial things are the consequences of societal phenomena and changes taking place in the society. So this interaction between society and space, the interaction between architects and sociologists, people working with spaces and society, very often within some professional discussions and within the work of local self-government bodies, show us that it's about interaction of different professions and departments, which should emerge, and very often as part of discussions some solutions are born. We are also talking about research and needs assessment and discussion of things that change in space. And during the war, we should be asking ourselves a question: what's more important, people or territories? And when we are talking about some military analytics, the question is, what are we defending, people or territories? So it seems as if it's a question coming from a completely different realm, but again, it's something about the society, about us as a society, and the territory that we as a society use to live. So this is something that we will be discussing during our forum, and we are going to have a wonderful conversation with my colleagues, Anastasia Bobrova, the curator of Ukrainian Urban Forum, the head of Princip NGO. It's a human rights protection center working with veterans and servicemen. Polek is an anthropologist working at Centre of Applied Anthropology. And we will try and understand in what situation our cities have found ourselves and what we should remember in 2024 when we are talking about urban development. So I will not be taking any more of your time. I hope everybody is seated and you are all ready to listen. So let me start by asking the first question to our speakers. I suggest that we start with Tina, so let's give the mic to her. So in your opinion, what are some of the trends that we can notice in the Ukrainian society? How is the society changing? What's becoming a new norm? What are the new challenges and opportunities that we are seeing? What can be said about Ukrainians, about the Ukrainian society, about our communities and cities in 2024? What's important today? Thank you for this question. As an anthropologist, I'm trying to look at everyday life because I know that the way we behave in everyday life shows some profound things. It shows what we believe in, what rules we follow, and what's important for us. So while observing Ukrainians during the war, I'm seeing two trends that are mutually exclusive. So one of them is us uniting, rethinking collective identity, Ukrainian identity. It's lots of mutual support, volunteer movement, lots of love, support, and care to people that you don't know. So this is something that we are definitely seeing in the society. We are seeing ourselves as Ukrainians both inside the country and projecting this outside. But at the same time, if we go deeper, if we zoom this picture in, we will see the pixels. And we will see that the pixels are very much different. So the next thing that I'm seeing is the difference in war experiences, which is something that does not unite us, because it's very different being a soldier and a civilian. It's very different to have somebody at the front lines and not to have anybody joining the army. It's different living in the frontline area and living in the rear. It's different for those staying in Ukraine and those who have left. You have children or you don't have children. So all these experiences make our society varied. And we somehow commiserate those people who share the same experience as we do. And it all launches into chaos, which is difficult to untangle because war shows us that war influences you in different ways, and wars are different. War in 2022 is different from war in 2023 and 2024, and back in 2014 the experience of war was completely different and it was experienced completely differently. But what is interesting here is how we build bridges between these experiences, how we form new rules of the game, or how we agree on how we should look like during the war, what is normal and what is not normal. And I'm very careful about words about new norm. As the COVID experience showed us, a new norm is something that can disappear with time. At the same time, I think we have not yet developed those ethical rules that we need to have to continue functioning. We don't know how to meet veterans. We don't know how to talk to relatives of veterans and soldiers. We don't really understand how to talk to IDPs. people who have left the frontline areas. We don't know how to reconcile Ukrainian and Russian-speaking Ukrainians. So these are multiple contexts that influence the way we are seeing ourselves. So I'm trying to observe and understand how we are taking the first steps towards reaching this end goal. Thank you very much. Now, Lyubov, I would kindly ask you to outline some trends, challenges, issues, and opportunities that you are seeing. And I would like to thank you for your work in protecting the rights of servicemen and veterans. And this is a very important task, and it's great that we have organizations like yours who are taking the lead doing this work in Ukraine. So what can you pinpoint as the key challenges and trends? Thank you very much. Thank you for cooperation. We have been collaborating with all the people sitting here on this stage, and this is really important. So it's not probably a trend, but something that we definitely need is to have healthy cooperations and partnerships and exchange of experience. And this has to be our value, because otherwise it will be very difficult for us to overcome the challenges that we will be facing. Today I will be trying to talk more about a city, servicemen and veterans. So I will focus on these three aspects. So we are existing in a context when we still don't have state policy on how to treat veterans, and it's a challenge because these are some rules of the game that should help us understand what resources we have, and this will influence the reintegration of veterans into their communities, including urban communities. And we have accumulated some data. We know a lot about the return of veterans to communities. In our sphere, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. All the wheels have been invented already over the past 10 years. We are suffering from overwhelming advice of international partners. They want to teach us how to work with veterans, but I will have to upset you and say that we have already accumulated this knowledge. So our challenge is how we should treat veterans in Ukraine, because our context is different, our war is different, our army is different, and our context on the future of veterans is different. And let me remind you that the veteran experience that our international partners have is complete integration in civilian life when you never go back to serving in the army again. And in Ukraine this will be different. So the anti-terror operation veterans had to go back to the armed forces of Ukraine again when the full-scale invasion started. So again, the veterans will be liable for military service probably, so they will not be fully discharged from the army. And another contextual issue is that we as a society, I will be generalizing here, I don't like generalizations, but I will use them here. So we know a little bit about the war already. The year 2022 changed us very much. And the war stopped being the experience of cities in the East. It became the experience of all cities in Ukraine. And perhaps we all came to realize that while many of us didn't know what to do, there were professionals who knew that they had to defend their state, to go to war. So it appeared that this job is important in our history, and many of us realized that we need to contribute resources. And we as an organization are stemming from a hypothesis that this is not the last war that we will be having with Russia, regardless of how this war ends, or maybe it will be a temporary end, so there will be another war in the future. And some of our international partners are saying that maybe we will be going to war together with them, but the thing is that there will be some wars in the future, and this is something that influences us, influences the way we plan our policies, the way we plan our future interactions. because this is something that we will definitely have in the future, but here I will also contradict myself, because I don't know how we all as a society are looking at these risks, and some of us reject this idea. So this is magic thinking or wishful thinking, rather, not to relive these events again. And we all hope that it will come to an end and will never happen again. But if we are talking about state policies and even policies on regional development and local self-government, I think they need to consider the scenarios of a repeat war. And the final thing that I wanted to mention is that obviously you understand that the topic of veterans is closely connected to the topic of accessibility, and this topic is very important. It's raised during all the conversations that we have around veterans, and the cohort of veterans that we are working with are persons with disabilities. So they have been wounded and they have been discharged from the army because of their health condition, and they return back to civilian life. So these are the people that we are working with. So after demobilization, there will be probably a different cohort of veterans that we will add. So for us, lack of barriers and accessibility becomes a highly relevant challenge and issue. And here I see two directions in which we may think. Number one is, I think we will never go back to the stigma that we used to have about persons with disabilities. So we took a huge leap forward because of the war. And I think that refusal to stigmatize persons with disability will become a natural phenomenon in Ukraine because of our context. And I think that we are already coming to terms with this thought that amongst our city residents we will have many people with disabilities, and we already have them. But unfortunately, while following this topic, I again can tell you that we have not yet made significant progress. The situation is not very positive according to our assessment. And the most recent take is that in the context of veterans, cities, and spaces, we talk a lot about the restoration of Ukraine after the war, and many donors are expecting for us to start rebuilding the country already. For me, this is a question which is open for debate. I wonder whether we are ready for rebuilding while the hostilities are still taking place, and how we can involve veterans in this restoration of the country, and how the needs of veterans will be taken into account when Ukrainian cities will be rebuilt. Thank you very much. These are very important ideas that have been voiced, and I think that they will be relevant for all the other discussions we will have in this forum. Nastya, what can you add about the key challenges, issues, and trends, taking into account the housing policy that you're working with? And this is obviously one of those things that, depending on the duration of the war and the displacement of people, is becoming a very relevant topic. It's a relevant topic at the moment. It continues to be relevant, and it will be relevant for some time in the future. Thank you, Yevhen. In fact, I think Lyubov and Tina have already outlined some of the key trends that we are seeing in the society. And I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that everyday life that Tina mentioned, and all the social conflicts and social cooperations that were mentioned, they take place in spaces, very often in urban spaces. So on the one hand, I will talk about the housing policy, but I'd like to draw your attention to the critical nature of the spatial element, and I will put forward some theoretical ideas that inspired me when I was thinking about the program of the forum. And these are some of the ideas that I'm offering for all of you to use in all the other discussions that will take place during this forum. And one of them is the social spatial dialectics. What is it about? It's about the society forming the space, and then the space influencing the society. It's quite obvious, it's not a new or radical idea, but it seems to me that these urbanistic discussions are often focused on just one aspect of this equation, on just one part of the equation, or how the space influences people. But if we focus on this part of the equation, it may seem that if we solve all the spatial issues, we will be able to solve all the social issues. For example, we put this nice bench in the inner yard and people will magically become friendly with their neighbors. The answer is both yes and no. On the one hand, spaces are not some empty containers where social, political, or economic interactions take place. On the other hand, the society has an opportunity and tools to create these tools and to determine them. And by looking at spaces, we can see some dominant trends, dominant processes, including economic processes. And recently, in June of 2024, I had a walk with an acquaintance of mine in Kyiv. She is from another country, and she noticed that there were very many nice and cozy cafes and restaurants in Kyiv, cozy inner yards, and she also pointed to one thing. The majority of people going to those cafes were young people who looked healthy. So I can assume that such commercial spaces are inaccessible for the majority of people. They cannot afford to go to such cafes, and having so many of them in the city center means that people will not go to the center and they will stay on the periphery. So it seems to me that a way to solve this problem is to create opportunities for non-commercial spaces. And here I'm not talking about some gifts or donations. I'm talking about spaces that may be created by residents. I'm talking about grassroots initiatives where everyone can come and offer something. And this is where we can create ties and where social conflicts could somehow either be resolved or at least discussed. And here it's important to remember another idea which is tied to social spatial dialectics. This is social justice, spatial justice. And one of the ways to achieve spatial justice is to create the number of non-commercial spaces. Another way to achieve spatial justice is to have access to housing. So why is it like that? Why is housing important? Because the majority of what has been built in Ukrainian cities is housing. And since the beginning of full-scale invasion, housing is the element of infrastructure that has been damaged the most. From what I know, more than 2 million homes and apartments have been destroyed, and millions of people had to move because of that. And all the problems that we had before that in housing sector, including non-regulated rent, lack of social housing, all these problems became more exacerbated and people started facing them more seriously. So these problems used to be invisible or on the periphery, but today, millions of people are faced with the challenge of finding a place to rent, or they continue living in poor quality homes. So lack of housing, lack of affordable housing, lack of possibility to plan for your future is something that contributes to people not participating in the life of their city, or they decide to refrain from participating because they don't feel as if they were at home, so they don't want to participate in the creation of spaces. So housing is the central aspect for this spatial justice. And the final thing that I wanted to add in the context of our discussion, in the context of restoration and rebuilding and thinking about the future, is me remembering about the idea of radical hope. We are living under circumstances that were unfathomable some 10 or 15 years ago. Maybe somebody could imagine Ukrainian cities being bombed on a daily basis or hit with missiles, but that's not me. We could not think about the scale of such attacks, poverty, exacerbation of all social aspects and problems. At the same time, it seems to me that it's difficult amid all those atrocities to think about future, to think about some restoration that should come. And maybe some of you will share my frustration, because over the past 2.5 years, many of those present were present during events that were related to rebuilding of Ukraine, to restoration of Ukraine, and it's not really clear what the end goal of those discussions is. But coming back to the idea of radical hope, I will probably support these conversations about restoration and rebuilding, because sometimes I remember this article by Natalia Otrishchenko, who wrote that the war took a lot from us, material things and non-material things, but also the war takes away our time, and it also takes away our opportunity to think about the future, to imagine it in a different way. So I want to hold this opportunity to imagine a different future for us without the war, without Russia, where we will be able to build our spaces using different principles. And the core of this radical hope is housing and access to housing for all, and a reality where people have to pay 70% of their income on a monthly basis for rent, and where they don't have to think that they may be evicted. So it looks like a dream which is hard to fulfill. But again, if you have a dream, it inspires you to take even small steps today. Thank you. Thank you for and sorry for taking so much time. Thank you for raising these important issues, starting with hope and the uneven economic opportunities, financial opportunities. So we have started discussing the topic of war, whether this war will come to an end. Is it something that will stay with us forever? What is accessibility, and how unity and diversity of experiences either go together or not? So I'm going to ask you 2 questions, and then those present in the audience will have an opportunity to ask questions as well. So my suggestion is that we think about the 2 parts of our discussion. So society, when we are thinking about the society and its functioning, so what do you see about it? So here I'd like to ask Luba. You are working with the government, with the national level, you're working with the communities, you're working with the society as such. So what do you see about the society? So you mentioned the policy of working with veterans or lack thereof. So how are these processes of interaction? How do we navigate all of this for things to happen? So how do we manage all these societal processes that are taking place around us? So I will probably start by talking about the government and our interaction with the government. It's easier for me to discuss this topic than the interaction with the society. So about the government. What we are seeing is a huge deficit of people who can think and who can offer solutions with regards to issues that have to do with the topic of today's conversation and societal processes in general. This is my impression. We are seeing a deficit of capable organizations that can work with the government. For example, we are working with veterans, and the task is, in the veterans policy, we should give an answer to the question, how should the housing for veterans look like? For us to be able to work with veterans policies, we organized thematic discussions and we invited stakeholders from the government and representatives of expert organizations. And Anastasia may remember the conversation that we had about housing. It was a very difficult conversation, and I can give you fewer than 5 names that actually participated in that discussion, and that's a shame for us as an organization who would like to use the expertise of others. And it's also a challenge for the state, because right now we are having such a situation where the state has a window of opportunities and they want to use people who'd like to work. But unfortunately, there are not enough people who can work in the system. So this is a call for you. If you're thinking about your future, we need you, because it's important for us to have people who are experts in urban development. With regards to how the government works, here we are having a problem. You may have noticed that our political context remains unchanged, and it will not change in the near future. We will not have elections because we are having the martial law, and we as an organization that does advocacy, we are very dependent on politics. And for us, it is a challenge because we understand that we will have to work with the same people in the government for many years to come. Another specific aspect in this relationship with the government is that every time we want to have a fight with them, we understand that it will just extend the political cycle, and these people are decision makers, and you have to work with those whom you don't like. The other issue pertaining to the government is that very many decisions are made on the basis of hooligan sociology of the office of the president. So all these surveys taking place on social media, they are quite salient. Everybody sees them. It's great when the decision that you need meets the needs of people on social media, but if it's an unpopular decision that your beneficiary needs, if it has to do with human rights protection, and it will not gain numbers in those surveys run by the government, then it becomes a challenge. And we are putting quite a lot of effort into interaction with opinion leaders, so that we can become actors, and so that we could be involved in forming the sociological opinion that the government is having. I'm being quite honest and frank here. This is the context that is difficult for us. Another important player in our conversations is business. Businesses try to be very friendly. And obviously, there are many businesses that are doing veteran washing. So they take a veteran, they take pictures with them, and this should make people forget that their parent company is in Russia. But business, even more so than the politicians, understands the importance of veterans, and they are trying to actually appeal to this audience, and they are trying to develop a marketing community, develop some marketing strategies using veterans. You all know that it's fashionable to develop a strategy for employment of veterans in big companies. Many people are talking about it, but I can tell you that there are some sensitive topics which emerge, and businesses here are not that veteran friendly. I will not be elaborating more. I will just be putting this on the table. It was interesting for me to observe how Ukrainian business behaved in the question of economic booking. They were very harsh. They used all those communities coming with their statement. And finally, we as an organization, I'm not really sure that our task is to actually work with the society, and I'm quite skeptical about whether we can somehow manage the society. I think that even many intellectuals are having this request, and I'd like to switch to the topic of ethics in this regard. So I'm very interested in the honest answer of the society. Why do you have this demand to learn ways of communicating with veterans and their families? I'm scared that the majority of this request comes from a place of fear. People are afraid of veterans. So any conversation I'm having about the employment of veterans in big companies finishes with somebody mentioning the word grenade, that somebody will bring a grenade to office. But unfortunately, this is very noticeable, and it's a take that is reiterated. And this is why people decide to learn more how to talk to veterans. And the second thing is the desire for reconciliation, to make veterans more comfortable for us. For example, there's a request. Tell us, how do we build a communication strategy in our company between the veterans and the people who love the territory of Ukraine not to be drafted into the army? So this is an actual question that our colleagues received, our colleagues who are dealing with psychosocial support of veterans. And it's a real problem. Ethically speaking, this is not correct, and veterans will never be comfortable. They will not be convenient, and it's normal not to expect for these people to be convenient. They invested 3 or some of them even 10 years of their life into defense of their country. So we as an organization try to be very careful. We do not answer such questions, and we forward them to other organizations. There are some conflicts that emerge already, but it seems to me that it's important for us not to have this rosy view of the society where everybody will be friendly and everybody will reconcile. I think it's a normal part of our society that there will be some conflicts. But on the other hand, we also need to accept the fact that the society will somehow manage these conflicts. I am a supporter of the idea that somehow all these conflicts will be resolved, and I don't think we need to have any campaigns to reconcile veterans and the civilians. So these are all marketing things that appear very artificial, and I think they will result in even more hate. Thank you very much. I think ethics is an important word that was voiced by you, Tina. From the point of view of anthropology, fear and conflicts between people is something that we constantly have in our society. When we are talking about urban spaces, we often mention different groups of people who may sometimes have conflicting interests that cannot be reconciled. So you have to take your stance depending on the values or goals. So from the standpoint of anthropology or social science, how we can characterize the processes that we have in the society? Luba was very apt in saying that the society is in the process of designing new rules of the game. And I think that in the middle of this process, we are growing up as a society. Maybe it doesn't happen that quickly, but we have launched this process. I cannot talk about a fair city because I still don't understand what it means. It's a utopia for me. But I can tell you that a city can be based on the principle of respect. It's about different experiences, but it doesn't mean that all these experiences are of equal significance. And it's about acknowledging that these experiences are different, and it's the position of a grown-up. If you lost your home and you still have your home, the experiences are still different. So I can give you many examples. I hope you understand what I'm driving at. So respect for different experiences, but not equalizing them. So when we agree on respect but not trying to give equal significance to all the experiences, only then we will become grown-ups, we will grow up. We try to avoid things that are not pleasant. It's not just about the Ukrainian society, it's about all societies. We don't want to see a veteran who came back from the front lines who is upset with the society and the system that is not meeting him in the way he was expecting. So, of course, this person will not be the best interlocutor. We are afraid of this. We don't know how to behave. We feel embarrassed. But a point in time will come when we will have to learn how to behave, because there will be many more veterans like that. Back in 2014, we somehow were able to learn to talk to people who moved from the east to other parts of the country, and there will be many more people like that, and we need to come to an agreement somehow, because without that we will not be able to move forward. So I think that right now, in addition to the context of the war, and here I'm talking about hostilities and constant deaths, but at the same time we're experiencing the growing up of the society and the development of new rules that are not based on new rules. They are based on the values that we already have, but we are just rethinking them in a new context. Thank you very much. Nastya, some words about utopia or maybe anti-utopia and the role of society in utopias. Thank you very much. So while you were talking, I just put it down some important ideas. It seems to me that an urban space is a space of conflicts. There we see not just the difference in experiences, but also uneven access to resources and power. So there are groups of people who have a lot more weight in the society. Their word has a lot more weight. And we can illustrate this on the example of housing, because housing sphere is full of conflicts. On the one hand, all people must have their homes, but on the other hand, there are developers who want to make money, who want to abuse these basic human rights, and there are also local authorities who want for their people to have homes, and they want for their cities to look nice. So I'm painting a more positive picture here, of course, when I'm talking about the authorities. So it's an example of how all these interests collide, and we need to make some decisions, because we cannot give everything to everyone. And while we were having this discussion, I came to think of another thing. In such spheres during the war, in particular when the demand for housing has increased significantly, we are seeing this institutional confusion. So on the one hand, the problem is so serious that you can no longer ignore it, but then on the other hand, we don't really understand what should be done. And this institutional confusion, on the one hand, is an opportunity, because we have seen since the beginning of the full-scale invasion that people developed many grassroots initiatives. People were just welcoming IDPs in their homes, and different civil society organizations emerged, different initiatives that help with housing. So out of this institutional confusion and lack of a strategy, we came to have many initiatives. But on the other hand, institutional confusion is something negative, because it's not really clear how we can scale up all these small initiatives and where we are going with all of this. So if we talk about the things that we need to have today, is to have accessible social housing. And for us to be able to create such a system, It's not enough to have the grassroots initiatives. It's important to have a strategic policy in place on the national level, and there should be political will for us to move in the direction of accessible social housing. And partly these changes are taking place in Ukraine, at least on the level of declarations. So social housing is part of the main strategic document that Ukraine will be using in its future reforms. But there's an open question about us transitioning from declarations to actually having social housing. And I know that in some cities, in particular in Chernivtsi, we already have the pilot projects where, with the support of international organizations, social housing is already being built. But the question is, how do we scale all this up? And is it possible to do the scaling up without the support of the state? Thank you very much. We were talking about institutional capability or lack thereof, about fear, about respect. But if we come back about space, just very briefly, you will have a minute or two for the answer. So we were talking more about conceptual things, but let's talk about more tangible things. So if we talk about real things, then we cannot but mention lack of barriers and accessibility, because any research that was done with my participation or without it starts with soldiers, wounded soldiers, asking the question, I'm coming back to the society, what do I get in return? Where is my respect? And if we have homeowners associations in apartment blocks and the wife of a wounded soldier is asking for a ramp to be installed and the homeowners association says no, then we are seeing the problem. So this is where we should start, on the slow level, not just on the level of a bigger strategy. So we should change on the level of our apartment block, understanding that there may be people with special needs living in my house. So it's not about changing the infrastructure of the entire city, but just installing a simple ramp. And this is where we should start. Nastya? So let me briefly come back to something that I mentioned at the beginning about social and spatial dialectics and spatial justice. For us to be able to influence the space and to find a reflection in it, we need to have spaces where communities and very different people can do things that are important for them. So these are non-commercial public spaces where communities are created, and I think there's already a request to have such spaces created. And at the same time, in cities where everything is rent controlled, it may be difficult to create such spaces, but I think these spaces together with housing is something that will help us achieve spatial justice and a more equal type of coexisting. Luba? Of course, not all veterans will get their apartments or homes, and all veterans are expecting to be provided with housing, and it means that either the government changes their promises or changes their policy, because otherwise they will not be able to implement everything that was declared in their strategy. And also we have this strange interaction between the central government and local governments, but in this discussion we need to have an answer to the question, who will be paying for it, who will be responsible, and what can be done right now. So we are at the stage where we need to have specific answers to questions. The doors will open soon, the audience will take their seats and they will ask us questions. And in addition to veterans with disabilities, we should mention the cohort of IDP veterans, because civilian veterans can somehow get reintegrated. So if you are in the army and then you are demobilized, it becomes very difficult for you to reintegrate in the society. So housing is important for such veterans. And I think that the topic of accessibility, we probably need to stop amending our strategy on accessibility. So something should be done. There is a demand for activists, and in this sphere we are expecting activists, urban developers, those who will take down the walls and on the level of communities will start implementing specific policies and decisions. I would like to see more people who will move away from academic approach to more practical approach. Otherwise, I don't see how we are able to tackle this issue. We should move from theories about accessibility to advocacy of accessibility. And we have some time for a Q&A session. If you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and we will bring you the mic. Does anyone have questions for our speakers? I don't see any hands raised. There is one hand in the front row. Will you please introduce yourself and then ask your question? My name is Niina. I'm not an urban expert, but I have a question. It seems to me that Lyubov Halan has just mentioned that we need to move from theory to practice. So, from what I know, we already have some documents developed, and in Lviv, I know that the city is actively involved in tackling these problems. So, was it just an initiative on the level of specific city, or was it an all-Ukrainian initiative? What do you mean? Is it some type of legislative framework? Yes, we do have the legislative framework. Yes. In Lviv, for example, they say that businesses should definitely become accessible. There should be no barriers. We have had these rules for years. We've just updated them. We have the strategy. We have a plan of action. It's all great, but we need to start working and doing something. What we are faced with constantly is that there are situations when we need to develop the rules of the game because they are not there. But in the majority of cases, the rules have been developed already. It's just that we don't have people who will be able to put it all to practice, and it's something that you have to do on a daily basis. Approach local self-government bodies or become one of those working in the local self-government bodies. So it's all about advocacy and promoting these ideas to make them a reality. It's about public campaigns. There is a great expectation that the veterans will do that. There are veterans with disability who are more visible, and as Anastasia mentioned, they probably have more motivation for this advocacy, but we cannot shoulder all the responsibility to veterans. But definitely this sphere needs more activists. So I don't really understand what kind of advocacy are you talking about if the rules are already there. The rules are there, but they are not enforced, and there are no sanctions. And the sanctions are there, but again, the question is of whether they work. Yes, I have a hand in the second row. You're welcome. Will you please introduce yourself and ask a question?
No, będę musiał po angielsku. I would like to ask whether there is like some space or like some way to look at it more like as a, not just like veterans issue, but more like largerly. You know, so for example, I like, you know, took this booklet outside, which is already like talking about this gender balanced development of the city, and I think that these things can be like connected, you know, because there are like women with children which always need to push the carriage, you know, so it goes all in one hand. You know, it's not just like one single group, you know, simply is there a more kind of consensus in this like professional sphere, like how to develop the city in current or most contemporary way, and that this is actually the most contemporary way. It's not only like the single groups, but people are using the various wheels means of traveling, you know, just Segway or like whatever, you know, it's like it's never-ending story. So there is this need in general in any city to have this like non-barrier, like wheels kind of access.
Yeah, what is your question?
Yeah, the question is like yeah, if there is like a way in Ukraine to look at it beyond this like limits of advocacy of single very, however, you know, in Ukraine like now 300,000 people on wheels, you know, like with this question of barriers because of the war, even more. But like how to look like beyond this prisma of war and look at it more like let's develop the city the way, the contemporary way. Is there a kind of trend in the professional community to go beyond this?
Дякую. Хто з вас може відповісти? Настю?
Thank you very much. Who would like to take this question? Nastya, maybe I will start and you both can add. I think that today we are highlighting just one separate aspect. So we are talking about the problems of one group or several groups, but of course it should all fall into place as a part of a bigger picture. So we just recently did a study on gender-sensitive restoration. There are many organizations and initiatives that look at urban planning, taking into account the needs of different groups of people, and they are going beyond the prism of a specific group. But I think, unfortunately, we will not be able to discuss this question within one panel discussion or within the experience of one single organization. I think our task right now is to highlight the problems of veterans. Who thinks that there are some specific needs of veterans in terms of lack of barriers? Do veterans have specific needs as compared to persons with disability? That's a consensus. We were looking for the specificity of veterans in terms of accessibility. Yes, we are talking about noises and post-concussion syndromes, of course, but my personal opinion is that lack of barriers is for everyone. Accessibility is for everyone, and when we are advocating for accessibility, it's for everyone. We have been doing this for years, and it's not just for veterans. But the thing is that we are living under such circumstances that this is a group of people whose voice is heard, and this group is becoming bigger and bigger, and objectively we will have many more people with disabilities, and these will be war veterans. So we are not looking at accessibility only through the prism of veterans and their needs, because their needs are not specific, but obviously we are primarily advocating this for them. And they are doing this for all the others, the veterans who are advocating. And it's an ethical question for me. To what degree should we shoulder this responsibility to veterans? I think we need to have better coordination. We need to have more activists, not from the beneficiaries themselves. I see more raised hands. So it's going to be the final question. So in terms of developing the program, it was actually important for us to highlight the issues pertaining to veterans, pertaining to war, because this is something relevant for us today. And also it's important for us not to say that accessibility has always been important. We have always been working with it. So let's continue working in the same fashion. I think that acknowledging the relevance As you correctly noted, we have the legislative framework, but still we need to have this impetus to start working properly. So, Tina, it's about the difference but not equal significance of experience. Of course, in Ukraine, we've always had people with disabilities, but right now we have the experience of people with disabilities who, from the moral standpoint, should be very important to us. So we as a society that is being defended by soldiers need to take care about these people now that they have a disability. It's an important moral category that should unite all of us, and because we care about their needs, we will be able to take care of other groups of people. Thank you. Do we have a question? So how does everything that we have discussed today gets conveyed to politicians and regular people? Because I'm seeing that politicians, for example, Ruslan Kandebor, the director of Kyiv Transport Department, when he was presenting the new roundabout road and the new roads in general, he mentioned something about accessibility. So he was using accessibility as a buzzword, but I don't think he understands the meaning. So all people who don't deal with barriers, they don't really understand that. So of course we are talking about veterans, mothers with kids in strollers. They understand what barriers are, but people who can walk on their two legs, they don't understand this. So how do we convey this message to them? So I will announce a discussion about urban education that we will have towards the end of the forum. But my suggestion is that our panelists answer the question about how do we not feign interest in something but are actually interested in something. I think Lyubov has already mentioned this at the very beginning. I think that these things have become more obvious to the majority of people just because more and more families are having such experience. Even if you personally didn't serve in the army and were not injured, probably very soon someone close to you will get an injury and will have a disability. So there are many, many more people like that. So you will not be able to overlook this anymore. So even those people for whom these problems are not apparent as yet, maybe the situation will change for them in the future because it's changing for all of us. We've always had mothers with small children, so it's a difficult question. Listen, I think that this topic must become attractive and popular. And the indicator of a good campaign is when young people, hipsters, join it. And when I see that the entire Reitarska street in Kyiv is filled with people, then it's already a popular rally. And I participated in the rally for the release of prisoners of war. I have been participating in them since 2016. So there were only 3 of us who showed to the first rally. We looked like marginals. And now when I look at the campaigns that we are having across Ukraine and across the globe, I'm seeing different people. These are not people who have direct experience, but somehow they were influenced by communications, by messages. I think that the secret is simple. This area is waiting for people. It's waiting for somebody to come and do something. This is not our area of expertise, but many urban activists in Kyiv are my friends, and what I'm seeing is that many of them join the armed forces. It's a natural factor. The army takes away many activists, they join the army themselves, and we need somebody to replace them. And probably these have to be young people. And what we can do is to teach them to advocate, and we as an organization would like to disseminate the experience that we have, and if you'd like to go and do something, we would like to share our experience. We need people, we lack people who can do something. Anastasia, I'll try to be brief. It did resonate with me what Anastasia meant, what Lyubov mentioned. So we need to make some topics popular and attractive. So coming back to the topic of housing, I think that over the past 2.5 years, we have had many more organizations talking about the need for housing. It's not that everybody has access to housing. We see that there are millions of people who cannot afford quality, comfortable housing, and unfortunately, the number of these people will only increase. So this visibility, on the one hand, appears for quite negative reasons, but on the other hand, it's a precondition for some positive change. And this happens to the rental space, and since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, more people started to renting, and they saw that the situation is not as good as they imagined. So maybe it will become a foundation for new activism and new advocacy in housing. Thank you very much. Thank you for this conversation. Thank you for the questions that you raised, and these are the questions that we will all have to think over, work on, and act upon, because being activists is what we are actually doing, but this is also our strength, which can help us somehow fulfill the dreams about cities that may seem like a utopia, but the societal transformations that we are currently experiencing appeared unrealistic back in the day. But the power of civil society organizations and activism is about making the impossible things possible, and this is the strength that helps us exist as a country. This is also the strength that helps us transform and get better as a country, and I think all those who are joining in on this process, those who contribute to making this country better. So we are concluding this panel discussion. We are about to have a lunch break, which will last until 2 p.m. And at 2 p.m. we will have a session of short presentations. And you can find them in the agenda. Also in the hall, you can see a list of cafes and restaurants where you can have lunch. Thank you.
Чи є тут Наталія Ватаманюк? А можете? Усім вітання. Будемо розпочинати сесію коротких презентацій. Сьогодні ми маємо
Welcome to everyone. So we will start our session of 8 presentations, and today we've got 8 speakers who will introduce their initiatives, projects. And I'm happy to introduce our first speaker to you. This is Vladislava Kopitova, an urban expert, a specialist on city planning, urban planning, and she will tell us more about the change in the priorities of street planning in Dnipro. Vladislava, over to you. Hello to everyone. Today I'm going to represent the Urban Dnipro team. We cooperate with the main city planning department of Dnipro and the chief architect, Dmitro Voloko. Also, I would like to tell a couple of words about my colleague Ruslan, who was very much willing to come, but he failed to. Unfortunately, he didn't have a chance to come here. But it was also thanks to him that all the changes that we are implementing have become possible, because he's the founder of our team, a very active person who helped us really implement those changes at a city level. This is not Dnipro, this is Warsaw. Then I will show you the pictures of Dnipro. Our vision is comfortable and accessible streets. Besides the purely emotional and visual perception, we think that every city resident must have the right to freely move along the streets, and with this in view, our streets should be safe and inclusive. Also, every city resident is entitled not to be injured. That's why we always prefer cars to passengers, to passers-by, pedestrians. Here are already the streets of Dnipro. It was last year that the major changes I'm talking about were introduced in the streets of Dnipro. You can see some pictures. It's about comfort, accessibility, and we were trying to do it in about 10 locations. These are just some of them. And all those changes can be characterized using 3 items which I will share with you, because they constitute the precondition for planning safe and comfortable streets. Next slide, please. So the first one is spatial zoning, which means that we have to divide the pedestrian area into the facade area. I hope you can see what has happened to the street, what has changed, because the zoning actually separates an uninterrupted movement of pedestrians along the street from some city engineering facilities, greening, street furniture. In particular, here you can see also the technical area, which is the green area, and the facade area, which has a different pavement normally, but we don't always have a chance to use this option. That's why we just have a pavement of a different color. This is the same pavement, which is a large format one, and it's easy to use those slabs for moving on its top. And this also enables us, in spite of the fact that we don't have any special tactile lines, we can avoid tactile noise. You can move on. The second item is inclusivity and inclusion and priority given or preference given to pedestrians. The pavement should be not interrupted in the driveways at the entrances to the yards. That's why we always raise those driveways to the level of the pavement, and we create special load on the pavement, on the slabs, by creating the visual preferences for pedestrians, and low mobility groups can thus use those passages or those driveways. They are always elevated. We try to always arrange them like that, but sometimes it can be slopey pavement if we don't have a chance to have the same level. And in this case, you can probably see it. There was a staircase there, but in fact, we didn't need them because the slope was more than 5%, and it became a very good example for all citizens, not only for low mobility groups. And by the way, I would like to add a couple of words to the previous discussion that we had before my speech regarding the advocacy of those barrier-free solutions. In fact, what is convenient for low mobility groups is comfortable for all city residents. I think that everybody disliked those stairs, but now they have very good pavement. Now, greening, the third item, greening instead of pavement. So the less pavement we have, the more area we have for different trees or bushes. And in this example, you can see that we did not create special alleys for greening, but there was like an elongated green buffer separating the road, the driveway, from the pavement. And sometimes we can even engage the community. And so in this specific case, the residents of the nearby buildings were also planting some flowers, watering them. So they really feel the changes, but they also feel they're belonging to those changes because they can actually make the city better. Well, that's all for me. Let me wish all of you to have safe and accessible cities. Thank you, Vladislava. Next, let me invite Nazar Kovalenko, the head of the Agency of Spatial Development of Vinnytsia, and his presentation will be on the following topic: barrier-free nature of cities, obvious things about non-obvious. Thank you, dear organizers, for the very logical layout of the materials, because what I'm going to present actually fits well into the overall concept, and this is like a philosophical attempt to interpret what has been presented in the previous panel and in the presentation of my colleagues. So I'm representative of the Agency of Spatial Development from Vinnytsia, and in Vinnytsia we're trying to advocate sustainable, correct, and logical barrier-free nature. So we are trying to advocate high quality of barrier-free arrangements. And I would like to speak on some philosophical issues that we can see in our work while cooperating with NGOs, with target audiences, with city government. These are obvious things, but sometimes they are not seen. That's why I decided to entitle my presentation like this. Here is a very simple thing which everybody knows about, but the approaches to the implementation of barrier-free nature of our cities, and here I'm talking primarily about the physical one without focusing on other aspects like educational, economic, digital, and other. So that is the basic need. It's not a modern trend. It should not be perceived just as a trend. Let me give you a very simple example, an abstract one. Just imagine that the city is investing a lot into high-quality water supply, repairing water sewage systems, water supply systems, water pipelines. But for some reason, the city didn't notice that it has to also purify water, because your tapped water is not possible, not fit for drinking. And sometimes we really invest a lot of resources, and they are talking about creating a barrier-free space, but if we view it from the point of view of the user, a lot of things have just been omitted. Nobody has noticed them, and that's why this money and those resources do not work. But we need to perceive barrier-free spaces as a vital need and not just a trend, because that would presuppose a different approach. Another thing mentioned today quite many a time was the fact that barrier-free spaces work for everyone. But here is an important thing. When we are advocating overcoming of barriers in some urban spaces, it's important to understand what are the figures of what are the categories, how many of such people we have, and where they are normally located from the point of view of the territory. Because we don't have enough resources to create barrier-free spaces everywhere. We should primarily work in the areas where we do have the target audience. So in Vinnytsia, back in 2021, we did a study. Why? Because when we were advocating overcoming of the barriers in the urban space, the decision makers perceived this as something which is, well, yes, important, but they didn't know exactly what should be done. But we decided to make some calculations, because 40% of the city residents are the people for whom this was supposed to work. And then when we calculated the figures and indicated the number of people who are in need of that, the city authorities started perceiving it all in a different way. Here is another simple message. Barrier-free spaces are about creating an intertwined urban space, not divided by barriers. We should be talking about barriers, not about walking ramps and not about anything else. When you are talking about barrier-free spaces from the point of view of barriers, you are then overcoming all the barriers, which could be bad asphalt, bad pavement, or even a car parked in the wrong place, because it destroys this logic of the continuity of barrier-free space. That's why we have to perceive the work related to the adaptation of the urban space and creation of barrier-free spaces from the point of view of overcoming barriers. That's why in our agency we do monitoring, we count and establish the cost of barriers and then create plans for overcoming them. And here is my last slide with a very simple message. Since the topic of the Urban Forum is interaction of society with space, I will also cover partially the aspect of space. Well, here is one physical picture and one abstract picture. I've mentioned that barrier-free nature is something that matters for everyone, and it should aim at everyone, because suppose our city has a number of barriers, then the perception of our urban environment would be a kind of a quest in terms of how we could overcome those barriers. But if we remove those barriers, we could just be going along the streets, interacting with people, and not with the cover, not with the pavement, not with the roads and the barriers that we have to overcome. And quite often, it's not perceived that way, and as I already mentioned, barrier-free nature is perceived as something rather important, but it is not worked on to the full. I like giving this example of Vinnytsia. This is an entrance to the drugstore where we removed a threshold at the door, where we introduced the rail for people belonging to low mobility groups, in particular people in wheelchairs. But we forgot to remove one step, and it's there. That's why the whole solution doesn't work. So our barrier-free nature is supposed to be absolutely free of barriers, and I'm urging everyone to have a different perception of the city. Don't tolerate cases that we have in picture 1 and advocate the spaces that we have created in picture 2, the picture of people going with their eyes lifted. Thank you, Nazar. Next, let me invite Natalia Vatamanyuk, assistant lecturer of the Department of City Planning and Urban Studies of Chernivtsi Yurifikovich National University, and her presentation will be on Chernivtsi street yards, the problems of interquarter spaces and solutions. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Welcome to everyone. So here is the topic of my study, which I've been doing since the years spent in college, when I was just taking pictures of the different street yards in order to find something interesting. And later it all transformed into a large research which I developed within 4 years, because I went to all the yards in the historical part of Chernivtsi. I was trying to find something of interest there. I studied all the functions of the first floors, of the ground floors, with all those shops located there. I learned how those interquarter spaces were used not only for residential purposes, but for any other public purposes. Please, next slide. And I identify some common problems in such small yards and interquarter spaces. I can generalize them. They were always covered with asphalt, and then there are no drainage systems and no rainwater collection areas, and then these areas could be a little bit like flooded. Another problem was insufficient lighting in the night time, so it was not quite comfortable to enter the yard in the night time, where there was no lighting there. Another problem was also high number of cars parked in the yard. Suppose you're entering the yard and there are already 2 cars there. There is no room for any other development of the yard. Here is another one, which is too dense use of the territory. I mean that the residents didn't have places for some furniture or something else in their apartments, and they just placed it all in the yard. And of course it provoked lack of greenery, because there are just several examples of nice yards where they have good greenery, where flowers are there, they are watered all the time. And also I trace the problem of violation of the sanitation and fire rules. Another problem is the conflict of interest between the residents and some catering institutions. Well, suppose you have a cafe with loud noise and music there all the time, and side by side there lives an old woman who dislikes this. Then arbitrary, unlicensed construction. Like, people like to add something to their house, some veranda, some terrace, to have a nice entrance, which is not licensed. And there is also quite a share of the territories where the pavement is of poor quality, and all these factors lead to poor use of those spaces by low mobility groups of residents. Next slide, please. And on those 2 sides you can see the negative things regarding the yards, when the yard acts as a storage facility, when we are not taking care of any greenery. It's there, but nobody cares. It's also when people try to separate their territory for no one to be able to enter it. Then the 4th category, it's like additional constructions. In Chernivtsi, in Lviv, in Odessa, you can always see such added premises, unlicensed ones. People, of course, want to have more space for themselves, but it doesn't always fit well into the overall concept of the yard. Then category number 5, this is a yard used as a warehousing facility, with some warehousing facilities being located there, and the yard asphalt, well, it's clear, with complete payment, and yard parking as a parking space. As far as the positive sides, which you can see to the right, are concerned, because I think that all the street yards are actually unique. So we've got some aesthetic and artistic peculiarities. They are there in every single yard, and you can find them, a lot of them. And also we do have some architectural and planning peculiarities. Suppose these are our galleries, narrow passages, like the one. This is the entrance to the house using a bridge or a different aesthetic pavement. Next slide, please. So to solve all those problems, we can actually use such directions for transforming the yards that are related to the restoration, upgrading direction, transforming direction. Well, and that's it. Yes, 3 directions. And it was also about making it more of a museum. And we could speak about different techniques of transformation. Suppose we focus on the compositional adjustment inside the yard, and we use different types of facade recovery. But don't forget, please, that we are a historic city, and you cannot just remove something and paint it once again or build it once again. And we can also be talking about the so-called associative adaptation. Suppose somebody out of important people lived in the yard, or something was built there and then demolished. So using this associative adaptation, you can actually upgrade the spirit of the yard for tourists to visit it. But again, not all the residents of those apartments around the yard want tourists to go there. There is another technique, a coloristic adaptation, when we're trying to restore the paints and the dyes that we had in those yards, and typological adaptation, when we are absolutely redoing and reshaping the yard because it has lost its important characteristics. We don't have any idea as to what was of interest there, so probably we have to restore it, but in a very different way. And here you can see 3 examples of our yards which have been transformed in the city of Chernivtsi. One is behind the Chernivtsi cinema. You can actually go there. That is a large space. You can go there, and there inside there are a lot of facilities performing public functions. Probably it could be transformed for a different function, because people are just transiting there. They're not staying there for a long period of time. The other one is behind the Soborna square. There was a library in that building, and suppose this library starts functioning again, we could have some public lecturing hall in fresh air. And another large space like this is in Kobalyanska Street. There are actually 2 yards that you can approach using the arches. And you can see that now they have just some greenery there, and there is also a civil ex-registry office there inside, so probably there could be some solemn ceremonies held there. Thank you for attention. Thank you, Natalia. And it's a pleasure for me to invite Hubert Tramer to the stage. He's an architect, the representative of the New European Bauhaus, and he will tell us more about the values and the principles of work of the New European Bauhaus. You're welcome. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here at the Ukrainian Urban Forum. And since my command of Ukrainian is bad, I will speak English.
Of European Commission with different actions. Cedos is one of the partner organizations, so if you are from an NGO or cultural or educational institution, you can become a partner. There are prizes, there are special funds. But there is a kind of Trojan horse that all European Union funded programs have to have in its criteria, following the values of the European Bauhaus. Будь ласка, наступний слайд. and these values are presented and developed in the European Bauhaus Compass. Here you have the link to download. Here you have also my email addresses, my phone number. So if you cannot find, you can contact me, and I will give you also, if you have any question, I could send you a link and also tell you the information. And the values are following on the slogan "Beautiful, sustainable together," but they are developed. Tomorrow we will have a session about decolonization. So in the round table, which I am part, we pointed that beautiful in the traditional aesthetically meaning could be a bit colonial, because in different spheres there are different understanding of beauty. So we have developed it toward deeper connection. Будь ласка, наступний slide. And here you have this further developed. So you see this beautiful, and there are 3 levels always. So beautiful is to activate, so reactivation context, sensory experience, and then aesthetic, but in individual understanding. Then to connect, connection across context, collective experience and sense of belonging. And the 3rd level to integrate, so let enable creation, restructuring values and long-lasting movement. Then in the case of sustainability, the basic one is just preservation, repair, reuse, upgrade, just repurpose. Next question is close the loop, so like circular economy, transformation of the waste. Then regenerate, carbon storing, enhancing biodiversity, restoration and expansion of natural landscape. So we have seen a bit examples of it in previous presentation. Paradigm shift, behavioral change, and together, so basic is equality, accessibility, and prioritizing disadvantaged people. Next level is overcoming segregation, representation and social stability, sharing resources and opportunities. And that 3rd stage is to transform, fostering shared social values, societal development and collective growth, and new ways of living together. Будь ласка, наступний slide. And then there are also working principles. So how you should work. So this forum is in much extent about these working principles. So participatory process, multi-level engagement and transdisciplinary approach. Будь ласка, наступний slide. And then in participatory process, the basic level is to consult, so give information, keep dialogue and consult. Then next stage is co-develop, so exchange, joint project steps and co-creation. And the 3rd step to self-govern, partnership, joint action, community and self-governance. Multi-level engagement, and in this case I would not say that there are steps. These are rather like three fields which are all the same importance. So to work locally, so intermunicipal cooperation, network coalition, and also very important informal cooperation. Then to work across levels, so informal networking, not only official, supranational institution, European Union member states, local and regional authorities. This is the program of European Union, but it is not only about European Union. And to work globally, multi-scale impact, cross-sectoral cooperation, and cooperation global north, global south, building global south relation. And then the 3rd working principle, transdisciplinary approach. So 1st level to be multidisciplinary, so to work in diversity of discipline, to engage in every project people with diverse educational background, and together define the problem. The next step is the interdisciplinary, so joint knowledge creation, intensity of communication between disciplines, and integration of results. And 3rd, to be beyond disciplinary, so non-academic partnerships, interaction with non-academic, public engagement, collaborative process and interaction on the different levels. So if I still have, no, so it is already, okay, because if 30 seconds, so for this question I use this 30 seconds which I could use for other information. So here you have my contact data, and if you want to know more about some European Bauhaus project and other things, then please catch me during the break. Dziękuję.
Дуже дякую, пане Губер.
Thanks a lot, Hubert, and let me invite Loredana Stasisin, who is a design mentor, and she is a representative of the New European Bauhaus as well, and she will tell us more about the New European Bauhaus roadmap as a way of modeling sustainable social and economic systems, at the example of Podil in Kyiv.
So I will do some reading because of time, so apologize for lack of interaction. So I'm an architect trained as a heritage specialist in France, working as technical expert and advisor for a multitude of EU projects on sustainable urban development, cultural heritage preservation, and the digital transition of cultural data. Based in Amsterdam, my journey spans residencies and work history in Paris, Brussels, and London, with extensive cultural management experience, particularly in Romania, my country of origin. Currently, I lead a consultancy company in Amsterdam for antidisciplinary creative experiments based on historical research and socio-economic analysis. I co-run an architectural office in Bucharest focused on historical monuments restoration and conduct a startup for cultural experiences via digital tech in my Romanian hometown. Next slide, please. So this is already familiar, but I would like to ask you first, how many of you are familiar with New European Bauhaus? If you can raise your hand. Okay. So, when it was launched, NAB introduced us to the three driving core values: beauty, sustainability, togetherness. You heard about that already. For a year or so, we tried to figure out how to develop and co-design a structural labeling framework around these values. In 2022, the NAB Compass was published, and with that came along the three working principles: participatory process, transdisciplinary approach, multi-level engagement, and the three levels of ambition for each of the values and working principles. Therefore, for a project to be NAB compliant, it needs to validate at least level 1 of ambition for each of the values by integrating each of the working principles at least level 1 of ambition. Moreover, NAB is prioritizing 4 strands of interest. Next slide, please. Reconnecting with nature, regaining a sense of belonging, prioritizing the places and people that need it the most, the need for long-term life cycle thinking in the industrial ecosystem, where, I would say, the sense of belonging should be crucial for whatever NAB initiative. In other words, NAB is about complex processes and systems thinking. It is about enabling imagination through co-creation, and it is about human-centered design aiming to develop strong relationships among us and between us and the places we live in. Or, in simpler terms, in Peru, there is a fable about a hummingbird. It is said that there was a big fire in the forest, and all the animals were running away, while the hummingbird went to the river and started picking drops of water in an effort to extinguish the fire. The big animals started laughing from the side and the uselessness of the struggle, to which the hummingbird replied, "I am doing the best that I can." So this is what NAB is about. It's about each of us doing the best that we can. Now the next slide, please. In practical terms, last year, as NAB design mentor for EIT, the European Institute for Innovation and Technology, I was assigned to work with Active House Alliance in Ukraine for their co-funded project Green Renovation Wave in Ukraine. Initially, the project was about testing the reuse of the terrace roofs in the historical neighborhood Podil in Kyiv. It aimed the conversion in attics to serve as temporary housing for the displaced people because of war. Throughout the process, we started co-designing a longer-term perspective, This is how I created the NAB road mapping matrix, which is a table with values and working principles and levels of ambition. And we did this back and forth, this cross-stitching of actions, gathering inspirational examples, connecting with local community, and we ended up with this idea of using a regenerative solution of rehabilitation for the historical built environment as a framework for modeling resilient socio-economic ecosystems. Next slide, please. And this is the end result so far in terms of concept. The next step, of course, is finding financial resources for the actual implementation. Now, I am aware this is not much, but it's some sort of a start. It wasn't clear to me why it was important to register for the Urban Forum. It just felt important and necessary. And yesterday I arrived in Ukraine for the first time. I came by bus in the afternoon, the only non-Ukrainian person in the car. Here at the bus station, I had to use the toilet, as you do. If you are unfamiliar with this bus station, there is a small room. It's a unisex bathroom with 3 seats. When I was about to get out, the room was filled with women and kids and so on. I was on my trolley, and I bumped into this military, tall, bearded man. His look was so deep and strangely hurt, I think. I don't know what those eyes have seen, but it feels like no human being should experience whatever that is. And no city should have war on the urban agenda. But this is where we are, and I'm here to learn, and hopefully to help better. Дякую.
Thank you very much. Дякую, Лоридано.
Thank you, Loredana. And let me invite Fulko Treffers, the executive director and co-founder of the urban coalition Rozkvit. He will speak on the integrated vision of the river of Dnipro.
Apart from that, we all have these experiences. Many more. I'm in Ukraine since 2015. The first project that I did was in Mariupol, 10 kilometers away from the border at that moment. Not the border, but the front line. The war is here for a long time. And to make the step to what I'm going to talk about, only 1.5 years ago, I started thinking about this identity of the whole country of Ukraine. What is this about, and what are the keywords that I heard the most? And Dnipro River was one of them, next to resilience and strong and faithful. But Dnipro River was there constantly, in stories, in talks, in memories. And I said, okay, let's do something about that, because to understand what this river is about, you must understand the full scale of this, and the full scale and all the sectors that are involved. And this is what started a project as Rozkvit, a Ukrainian NGO, with 2/3 of us are Ukrainian, a little bit more even, and international experts with some kind of relationship with Ukraine, like me. The history of Dnipro is typically everything about this country. And we wanted to show the unused potential of this river, because it connects the history, the here and now, and the future. Next slide, please. Because now the river is not a river actually anymore. It used to be a river with cascades, but now it's more a bunch of lakes together to serve the industry and the economy and the technology. And this old natural structure, as it was there for centuries, not longer and much longer, it's changed. Like in many countries, the big rivers changed. It was not typically Ukraine, it was not typically Soviet. This was what happened around the world in the last century everywhere. To build a river into a man-made machine. And it was helpful for agriculture to have enough water. It was helpful for the industry to cool down the machines or to be used in some kind of a process. It was used as for the households, for the people, and it was cleaned and reused all the time again. Next one. But it's so much more, and that's parts of it have almost been forgotten, have almost drowned or literally have been drowned. It's about culture, it's about biodiversity, it's about fishery, which is hardly existing anymore compared to the size of the river and the scale of what could be done. It's about recreation, which is gladfully still there, but not in the potential that it has. And it's about other kinds of agriculture or other kinds of nature development that are not directly water consuming, but in a better balance with the natural environment. So we suggested for all these different sectors, including the sector of just water for household, including the sector of industry, we've suggested for all of those sectors to look at them a little bit differently than we do right now. And we tried to integrate all those stuff, because that's what Roskvit always tends to do, to try to integrate all the knowledge that we have and not to stick to one of the topics only. For example, with agriculture, we have the not that difficult solution of using a different technology in irrigating the land. And when you use that, you can reduce 50%, at least 50% of the amount of water that is being used for agriculture right now. And agriculture will definitely be, as it is now, a very important part of the economy of this country. But to reduce it with 50% makes it, the look at those reservoirs that we have them right now, totally different. And therefore, for example, also the risks for potential flooding, for potential missile attacks on some of the issues. So we connect those dots between military risks, technology, and natural flows, and still the economy. Next slide, please. I can show only a little bit, but you can read the book. You can download it also for free as a PDF. But it's also, not even those sectors are there, but it's also a military issue. Unfortunately, the Dnieper River has been a place of attacks. It has been a place of the front line for many, many times. And this front line, as you can see there in the left top, it's 1941. So you can already see how that river was dividing, but also connecting the country. And as you can see in the picture of the right, where you see the river basin, so all the different elements of where the water comes from the different parts of the country, you can also clearly see that the river does not have real borders, and it connects also Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine right now, with all the consequences, positive and negatively, for that. You can think about it yourself, and we wrote about this. I have to be short. We have some recommendations. Last slide, I think. Recommendations that try to integrate all, and they're based on a change of approach, first of all, in looking at the river as a machine. We really believe that the unused potential should be used, and that means, in practice, that the technical approach as we have it right now should shift towards a technical plus social plus cultural plus natural approach. And to understand what this approach means, we use all those different sectors and we try to integrate them, not to say, okay, this is the solutions, take it or leave it, no, but to start a dialogue about it, because it's too massive, there's too many points of view, there's too many options, but there are discussions needed to explore which of those options are best or worst. We, of course, have our priority in this. We described 3 scenarios. To look at the river as a whole, as it was in 2021. Go back to the situation as it was after the war, for example with Kakhovka Dam, but there were many, many more damages in the shores, in the river, in the dams, but things need to be restored. Go back to that situation and get back there as soon as possible. There's many pros and cons to that. Second one is to redesign the river as it was on those places where you have to do something because otherwise it won't function anymore. So redesign, rethink about the Kakhovka Dam, for example. Or third, go back maybe 100 years or 150 years and bring it back to nature. And these are not scenarios that one of them is specifically the one. Of course, we believe that the middle one is the most logical to look at. But these are scenarios to start the discussion about all those different sectors that have to be involved, all those different approaches. And then we can zoom in. There's chapters about recommendations for hromadas, how to use those kind of elements and how to be there included in the local skill. Because this is not only a thing that you have to discuss on a European or a national level, but this is also something that can be discussed and taken part in on a local level or even at the level of activists in the city. So that's why I'm so glad to tell a short story here and love to talk about it more in the future, maybe at your place.
Thank you very much. And наступним я запрошую.
And let me give the floor to Władysław Poczebula, the leader of the media team of the NGO, the city of Rebut, about the Emerald Network of the city of Lutsk, the green corridor of the river Sopolayevka. Thank you for the invitation. Welcome to everyone. So the presentation will be on the idea of the green corridor, and I will also present our achievements regarding this issue. You can see Park 900, which is the second comfortable park in the second comfortable the lake located, the park located in the second comfortable area of the city. It's located on Sopolayevka River. Here you can see the river of Sopolayevka. The overall length within the city is 7 kilometers. Unfortunately, as for now, we cannot cover the whole distance with no barriers because we do have some barriers in the form of the park and some other ponds. There are also some entertainment and trade centers, botanical gardens, which all create the barriers. But these are just separate fragments separated by bridges, by railway stations, or just by bushes. So what kind of concept have we developed, and what is the role of our NGO in this concept implementation? We are popularizing the full-fledged pedestrian and bicycle connection along the whole river. Even if we take this Park 900 alone, we have got a high percentage, a high share of people of our population living there, and about 33% of our population could actually become the users of this park, not only for recreational purposes, but just for normal daily use of those trajectories and routes, like commuting to work, going to have some meetings with your friends, or doing your business. And they could probably do it not on the main roads of the city, but here in the nature, amidst the comfortable microclimate. We have split the route into several fragments with barriers. And it's not possible to apply tactical methods to all of them, but there are some places that just need to be popularized when taking just the most routine care of. In those places, we organize public gatherings where we are trying to clean the area on a volunteering basis, and it's all about public participation in making the spaces that would be comfortable for everyone, even in the areas where we could not guess that such spaces could exist. And the second season of our work, we are already engaging local businesses, we hold lectures there, we do sorting of waste, we remove the bushes, and we install street furniture there, and we always ask the city council to create waste bins, to install waste bins, and to service those waste bins in those spaces. Such public gatherings are just one of the tools within the awareness raising and popularizing campaigns. Within the last gathering, we also held a lecture on the meaning of green corridors and the capacity of the Emerald Network in the city of Lutsk. Let me speak on this Emerald Network in Lutsk. You can learn more from the Urban Vision Lutsk research organized by Urban Reforms and Mr. Reboot. It is with the promotion of the Lutsk City Council. And you can see that this project of the Emerald Network could actually be connected to some green areas, to some other communities, and together they could form a very well cared for area. As far as recreational and tourist and sports capacity of the system is concerned, it would be inexhaustible. And we would like to also develop a document that would become the analytical basis for our working on the nearby areas. The Green Corridor is just an idea so far, but the idea is already being implemented by small steps. And we can already understand, at the example of those public gatherings, how we are forming new communities, uniting the ones that are already there, and teach people to be responsible. And next slide, just get subscribed to our social media, and here is the QR code, and there is also the link to the Urban Vision Lutsk there. Thank you for attention. Thank you, Vladislav. And the next speaker, the last but not least, is Lyubomir Dmitryshin, the head of the youth center, a seven-tier mountain. So, Dante Alighieri established three tiers within his Divina Commedia as cities, and they all perform their own functions. And Dante thinks that the space between the hell and Eden is a seven-tier mountain. So, but it so happened that the Ukrainian bloggers also know about our organization, and they also consider it to be a seven-tier mountain, like a Calvary. That's why, well, we were given such a name, and we are called the seven-tier Calvary. Quite often, this is, well, you know that Calvary is the mountain of sufferings, but this could well be true for us, because we have already gone to a lot of court sittings. We advocate protection of rights related to cultural heritage protection in courts. We are trying to also ensure the right to peaceful rallies, and we've been participating in a number of trials. We are arranging mass rallies among students in particular. We have rallies, we have demonstrations, and a lot of similar things. So it's really true that one of the movements was drones instead of pavement. We joined that protest movement in Lutsk, and we were demanding to move to perennial greening instead of those one-year flowers and lawns and flower beds. And that also motivated us to do a research that we conducted together with the analytical center Cedos. It's going to be published soon, and one of the results of the study showed the space that we created in Volyn region. It would be good if we really could be thinking about those new spaces through the prism of the European post-structural philosophy, in particular Michel Foucault, who is, you can see, watching us while we are implementing this project. And he's talking about heterotopy as about the places in the cities that have a special function. and they follow unique rules. They are unique by their nature. And really, we have only one flower bed like that in Novolinsk, but of course we will try to have more of them. And we can also have a look at the Volia Avenue in Lutsk. It's also heterotopy because on the one side we have perennial plants, on the other one we have just 1 year annual plants. So this is a coexistent of different sorts of reality in our city, and this shows us that any transformation processes require some time. Our mountain is a 7-tier one, so you cannot just go through only one circle of sufferings. You have to go level by level. And this shows that the Volia Avenue also requires some transformations. We have 13 flower beds with annual plants, and we would like them to contain perennial plants. And also, it's important to mention that heterosopy is quite often connected to some rites or some actions, and it's the place where people show their ideals. It could be something absolutely great, or could be the worst manifestation of the worst things people generally have. So we think that if we apply this intellectual and philosophical approach, we could have a different view of our city, urban spaces, and the way they influence us, the way we influence them, and thus we could reconceive this mountain of sufferings not just as the one of sufferings, but at the moment the mountain of healing, as one of Ukrainian poets, that the birds are kept in the sky because of the face, and the fish is kept stays in the water because of tenderness. Thank you, Lubomir. Thanks a lot to all those who have delivered their presentations. We are done with the session of short presentations, but we will have another one tomorrow. And now let's have a coffee break, and at 3:30 we're meeting here again, and we will speak about urban planning.
Вітаю.
Welcome back. We are about to resume our work. And we are going to start our next panel discussion dedicated to urban planning during the war. And let me introduce our panelists. This is first of all Dmytro Dmytryuk, head architect of the city of Chernivtsi. Also Marina Poleshchak, an urban planner and lead specialist from the Department of Architecture of the City Council. Anastasia Popovich, representing Restart. Alevtina Drazenko from Roskvit. And my colleague Uliana Jurliak from Cedos. Today I would like to discuss processes that are already taking place in our cities about urban planning. It's a complicated issue because we are all working amid conditions of uncertainty. So I'd like to start with the presentations of our colleagues about their case studies, about the work they are doing in their cities, and after that we will proceed to the discussion. I would kindly ask Alevtina to start with her presentation. Let me stand up, otherwise I will not be able to see the slides. All right. So here I'm going to represent the development of vision for the development of the city of Zaporizhzhia. This is Vision 2030. We have been working on it since September of the previous year, and we are finishing at the end of this month. So I'll briefly tell you about the methodology and the process of the development of this vision. We started our work by getting together the stakeholders who are to impact the vision of spatial organization. We set up working groups for different topics and included different target groups: the municipality, civil society organizations, active city residents, higher education institutions, business, and our team from Roskvit. Next slide, please. Next slide. So this is how we created this multi-tier, multi-level structure that we broke down into 3 working groups based on the incomes of income generation. So this is generation of resources for the city, quality living space, and quality services. And also we have 3 directions: ecology, safety, and digitalization. So throughout the year we had a number of workshops, and our work was aimed to collect the demand from the stakeholders, and our work was actually to conduct a study and to discuss the results with the stakeholders and then select the priority topics, which we did. Next slide, please. Alright, so we'll discuss the topics a little bit later, but before that, let's talk about the methodology. We analyzed all the previous documents that were developed. We try to identify current challenges and plans, trying to formulate short and long-term plans and the ways to agree upon them mid-war. But at the same time, in Zaporizhzhia, we had many programs of international technical assistance. At the time, we became a very popular hub for that, and some 6 projects were simultaneously launched in the city at that time. So at the beginning, we were talking to the curator of our project, and the agreement was that the vision for the development of the city would potentially become part of the strategy for the development of the city. At that time, the city was not ready to develop its strategy without having a regional and national level strategy.
But it turned out that the priority document for Zaporizhzhia is a comprehensive rebuilding program, and we are now working on these 6 topics, and we are working closely together with experts, and some of the results of work will be included into the program for comprehensive rebuilding of the city of Zaporizhzhia, and hopefully they will become part of the strategy in the future. It seems to me that I used my 5 minutes for the presentation. Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite Anastasia for her presentation. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Anastasia Popovich. I'm an urban planner from Restart, and I'm going to introduce a project which we implemented last year. It's a model for comprehensive restoration of Voznesenska community. In general, it's a territorial community that is based in Mykolaiv region, some 150 kilometers away from the front lines, and at the beginning of the full-scale invasion, Russians reached it and it was partly damaged. So, as of 2024, the community still needs economic and spatial restoration, and also restoration of its identity. And in general, we need to reinforce the resilience of the community for external threats. The main components of our project are 3 elements that form one system. The first element is a digital platform. It's used for organization and visualization of geodata, which includes master plans, documents collected within the community, as well as data from cell phone operators. So in the future, it will be something that the community can use to analyze future projects, and we conducted training sessions for the city council employees so that they could use the platform for their own benefit in case we have future cooperation with them. Another element is the donut methodology. During analysis, we tried out a new approach that is more focused on identifying internal and external threats for the community, and it can be visualized as a donut consisting of these parts. And the third element is an ecosystem of projects. It allows other organizations coming to the community to join in on filling out a catalog of projects and become a contributor to the project documentation that we have developed, as well as the strategy that we have developed. Next slide. In general, the concept is directed at reinforcement of the capacities, enhancement of the capacities of the community, and that is trying to bring people back to the community, so people who left Voznesensk community, approval of local initiatives, increasing the number of local businesses, adaptation of IDPs who have become a big share within the community, and also creating a new image for the community, as well as minimizing the impacts of war via mental health programs and access to healthcare programs. Next slide, please. You can find out more about the project if you scan the QR code, and this project was created together with Voznesensk Town Council and Bosch Foundation. Thank you very much. I'd like to give the floor to Dmitro. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers, Cedos, and all of the participants for this opportunity to exchange knowledge and experience, to see what is happening in other cities, to learn more about other projects, and to share our experience. Well, since the topic of this urban forum is society and space, I'd like to show what we have done within the city of Chernivtsi. So, communication with city residents has shown us that they are dissatisfied with the condition of public spaces. So, we started working on this, involving specialists and architects from Chernivtsi City Council. We conducted consultations, also conducted architectural competitions, and as a result we started updating public spaces, renovating them, and you can see the results on the first slide. Next slide, please. These are also public spaces that were created recently. Next slide. As far as the topic of this panel is concerned, which is planning documents, we have both formal and informal planning documents. The main document was developed together with the GIZ, and this is an integrated development concept which covers all the directions in the development of the city and foresees its implementation by 2030. We also have city planning documentation, the master plan, and we are actively working on developing a comprehensive plan of spatial development, which is a new document for us. Because we have Chernivtsi territorial community, we need to develop such a plan. The next slide, please. We conducted analysis of various infrastructure facilities. We are focused on mobility and development in this direction. Next slide, please. Here on this slide, you can see an element of the integrated concept. And one of the projects that we implemented together with GIZ was a pilot project of a public space which shows rethinking of the public space. So we turned a parking lot into a public transport stop for comfortable stay of our residents. Next slide, please. One of the directions of our work, which is also part of the integrated concept, is increasing of the presence of the river in the life of our city. So we are doing work on the design of various concepts that would integrate the river of Prut into everyday life of the city. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'd like to invite Uliana to take the floor. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm going to tell you about a document which is called an integrated development concept. We are currently in the process of designing this document, working closely with Sumy territorial community, and Sumy community includes the city of Sumy and 20 adjacent villages. And one of the most vital challenges of this project has been the change in the perception of Sumy community. So it's no longer a city and adjacent villages that are dying. where people don't want to live anymore, and now the perception is that it's a community. So what is an integrated development concept? It's a conceptual document which includes a specific vision, and the element integrated means that there is integration in several areas. First of all, it means that all the vision documents can be integrated in spaces. So we are working with the maps, with the territory of the community, including the territory of the city and villages and the territories between them. And it's an opportunity for the existing structural departments to start communicating more closely within the city council and try and find some areas of overlap. And also we are talking about integration of different areas in the life of the community. So I think we have picked out a star team of experts for this project. So we have different areas of expertise present: ecology, environmental protection, healthcare, and others. And here on this slide you can see the structure of our work. It may appear as something quite chaotic, but we have the key roles attributed to specific actors within this project. Of course, we have the city departments, the architecture department, and the city council of Sumy. They are our main partners. We also have a working group consisting both of representatives of some departments as well as civil society organizations, business, local media, local activists. We also have our team of experts consisting of 15 experts. And also we have local residents and other important stakeholders that were identified before we started working and during the process of our work. So all these wonderful people get together to work on this project. I was thinking about the type of illustration that I could pick for the presentation. We don't have this beautiful visualization, a synthetic map as yet, but we did this wonderful exercise which we launched during the strategic session, then with the working group and then the team of experts. And what we actually did was try and do the mapping of the analytical part of the project: SWOT analysis, focus group analysis, surveys, questionnaires. So we mapped the strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities. So actually, SWOT analysis. And here you can see this wonderful synthetic map, which is quite important because using the map of the community, we are able to see where we have overlaps between strengths and weaknesses, for example. And if we go deeper, we will understand that Sumy community is not a community that is living near the border, but actually the economic and cultural activities were all focused towards Russia. You can see this Kursk road here on the map, and now the community needs to do a U-turn, and we are helping them with that. In my subjective opinion, an integrated development concept is one of the best tools that helps you use different scenarios and different combinations to try and rethink the community rather quickly, either with the resources available within the community or using the resources of a team of experts. Thank you very much, and I'd like to invite Maria to take the floor. Yes, thank you very much. So this is my presentation, and I will focus on the history and tradition of introducing integrated approach in spatial development in Lviv. So my colleagues have already mentioned the specifics of this concept, and I'd like to focus on the tradition and history of implementation. Next slide, please. When we started working with the integrated concept in Lviv, that was the year 2011, when we developed and approved the integrated development concept for the central part of the city. And here in the left part of the slide, you will see that the concept applied to a territory lying some 0.5 kilometers away from the city center, so it was quite a small area. But since we are now planning for longer term and we can already assess the results of the implementation of this concept and we can see the outcomes with our own eyes, we can see that the concept was quite successful. And not that long ago, in 2021, we approved the integrated development concept for the city of Lviv. We started developing it much earlier. It was between 2018 and 2019 that we started working on the concept. First, the process was quite informal. Then we involved GIZ for the more formal part. And as you can see on this scheme, the concept covered a territory of some 7 kilometers away from the city center, providing a new vision for the city. And the aim was to look at the city from a different angle and look at the interaction between different sectors and try and identify some specifics. And the emphasis was placed on public spaces, streets, as well as the green corridors, something that applies not just to industry but also to offices, universities, and any spheres of life pertinent for the city. So all these aspects were united under a common vision to create a city that would be comfortable and convenient for all of the residents. And in 2024, we were faced with a new challenge when decentralization happened and the city of Lviv became part of Lviv territorial community, which now includes 20 different settlements, which resulted in us needing to update the concept, because the territory, as you can see on the scheme, has increased in two directions, with the northern one being dominant. And we couldn't have fathomed that when we would start implementing the integrated concept, the circumstances would be different. And right now, the scale is twice as big as the area of the city of Lviv, and if we look at the radius, it's 15 kilometers more, and there is a disbalance between the northern and southern parts, and we need to find ways to interact with some of the communities in the northern parts in terms of spatial planning. So what I'm talking about, it's about the combination of different scales. So right now we are focused on the development of a concept for the community, but at the same time we work in different topics, in different scales, constantly complementing our understanding of what a community is. And here you can see those scales that are already understandable for us, like the size of a district, which can be bigger or smaller. It can be the size of a city, the size of a community, but also we want to have a tradition in Ukraine to plan on the level of agglomeration. So if we look at the case of Lviv community, that could apply to it, and it can also be regional planning when we have several communities interacting that have close social and economic ties, to make this planning more balanced so that the territorial communities do not stay confined to their borders, and this is where I see huge prospects for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now let's switch to our discussion because all of our cities are in different conditions. We have cities in the front line, we have cities in the rear. And now I would ask you the following question. How do you do the planning? Or how have you been doing the planning in the recent past? Maybe your organizations have faced some challenges, or your cities have faced some challenges in the process. Well, I can start. From the beginning of the full-scale invasion, I got my first experience of creating a special planning document for the first time. And I have to stress that I'm actually the manager of the project. I'm not an urban planner or an urban expert or a team lead in the project, but from the point of view of the organization, I could actually highlight the difficulties we've faced. And local self-government bodies act very slowly in the cities and towns close to the front line because they are really facing some burning issues all the time. And they don't have enough time and effort and resources to focus on any strategic plans. And let me give you an example. Right from the beginning, our project actually aimed to have the representatives of local self-government bodies to be responsible for each single direction of our work, and we would just guide them in how they should collaborate with people. But it didn't happen that way, exactly because of the poor capacity. People didn't have enough time, and the municipalities didn't have enough staff members to make it happen. The other thing, because I've got some notes with me, so the second issue was the problem that starts at the top ministerial level. And that is always the case. Well, they are trying to set the priorities and to understand which document is more important. I mean, either that is the document related to strategic planning or to some economic issues, recovery plan and recovery, a complex, comprehensive recovery and restoration program. Well, this really confused the experts and the organizations working with civil society. And it also confused local self-government bodies because it really depends with whom at the local level you're cooperating as the entity. And people may be helpful, or sometimes they are not that much. So we worked in the group of strategic development, and we focused more on strategic and visionary things. I know that Spilno Hub and Cedos had to deal with the Department of Architecture, and they are now developing the recovery program. But I think that we will still speak about that today. So there is a certain conflict because local self-government bodies don't quite understand what they need to do. And there is another third item I'd like to focus on. Yeah, I will not mention it because we will still have some presentations on that. Yes, tomorrow we will be talking about the comprehensive recovery program that we are developing together with Spilno Hub. But maybe you've got some other comments. I can tell that the main challenges are security challenges because anyway, people are kind of frozen. They are not ready to think, to apply the long-term thinking. And you know, when we had some workshops or discussions, they were not fully active. And when we were holding workshops on some premises, we were not sure that the next day those buildings and premises would not be hit as a result of the missile or drone attack. So we have those security challenges, in particular in the cities, in the frontline areas. If we speak about the cities staying in the rear, they are facing the problem of population. There are constant flows of IDPs between different communities, and quite often these people have not got registered, or they have got registered and have moved to elsewhere. So you don't actually know how many people live in that part, this or that part of the city or the community, in what inhabited settlements they reside. And I would also speak on lack of self-coordination of the projects that go to communities. Quite often the city council is ready to open new horizons, but they lack some joint vision, they lack coordination that would help unite all those projects instead of creating just ad hoc solutions. I think it would be helpful for the communities because they will be able to develop a longer-term strategy, having all those projects focused in one place, like a one-stop shop. And there is also a sense that participatory practice could possibly become even more active, but people are not that ready to join in some visionary things because of security issues. And that's why sometimes it's really difficult to apply all the elements of the participatory approach for the time being. I would also say that another challenge is to create projects here and now for people to already see that some projects can be touched, can be visited. It's not just strategic thinking for the future, but it's something imminent, it's something tangible for now. And even the communities in Lviv region are not that much ready to think in a visionary way, to contemplate all the details of the development of their concept and its implementation. They are not ready to think it over what may happen after the war. So on our part, we are trying to strike the right balance between the projects that could be working now, could be implemented already now, and the things that could work well for the future. We want the communities not to be afraid of doing the planning and of applying a longer-term and visionary approach. Thank you. Well, I fully agree with my colleagues. There are a number of security issues. Synchronization and coordination is also a problem in a lot of cities. And, next week we will try to synchronize our work in the city of Zaporizhia, because we have a complex city with a number of organizations and directions of work. And that is a story of capacity and capacity building. The capacity is good both in frontline areas and cities in the rear, where the situation is safer and where we have more people. That's why we need to engage experts, we need to engage entities, and we need to ensure good management. That would be one of the best ways out of the situation. We could thus help the communities cope with those heaps of documents that may come to be handy for them and that will mobilize their residents. So it's not just as it is in their perception that the Cabinet of Ministers is demanding some documents and they have just to submit those documents for a tick. We can see some recovery programs written by ChatGPT, but our projects, our documents are not like that. Well, of course, security issues is one of the major challenges, in particular over the recent 2 months. We have got more artillery strikes and missile strikes on our community. A lot of facilities have been destroyed recently. That's why the work has become slower. And it's exactly what you mentioned, that these facilities have been destroyed and we have to redo a part of our map, which is one thing, but we also have to bear it in mind that this is a real tragedy for the community. And another problem is closed nature of data. Quite often there is no data, some data is not in public access because of the war. Sometimes we get the data in the course of surveys and studies, but we cannot make them public. We have to wait for the better times. Well, as far as engagement and motivation of people to think about strategic projects and about the future and to create document by document, well, it's also a problem. In Sumy, we came to the community and the community said, we have a strategy, why do we need a concept once again? Why do we need to compile another document and to make people convinced that they really need to do this here and now during the war? Well, it requires a lot of communication. And in case of Sumy communities, we saw communities getting engaged very actively, and I would say that different stakeholders were engaged in the process of development of the concept. People generally don't understand why do they need to apply this long-term thinking, but we need to speak to them to find some other techniques, maybe sometimes identity-based techniques. And when I give the example of Sumy, I always say that Sumy is a historic region of Ukraine, and the region of Cossacks, and Cossacks are the warriors who are defending us. And at the strategic session, the residents of Sumy decided that there will be the NATO military base in Sumy. It should be established there, and then this historic military continuity would continue, because that is not just the region of sugar industry and craft industry. They think that probably their economy should be military. Well, I have already started suggesting some solutions, which is not quite up to the point. Chernivtsi has also got the integrated concept for its development, which embraces the downtown. Actually, we have a separate concept for this part of the city. It preceded the development of the whole integrated concept for the whole city. And then we developed the integrated concept for the whole city, which has already been improved, and it presupposes its implementation by 2030. A number of projects have already partially been implemented or are being implemented. And since I work in the structural unit of the city council that is responsible for the city planning documents, and taken into account the administrative reform, we've got Chernivtsi territorial community, which embraces 2 inhabited settlements, 2 villages that are close in the periphery of Chernivtsi, and these villages used to have their own village planning documents that were developed back in the 1970s or 1980s. So you realize that it's not about prospects and development any longer. That's why a decision was passed to change it, and on the 20th February 2022, the decision was passed to develop the complex development plan for Chernivtsi community. Of course, we postponed the work. We got back to it in 2023. And before that, together with the community, the MPs, and the Union of Architects, we developed the terms of reference for the compilation of this document. We identified the developer. We launched the work. It's still there. It's still going on. And I agree with my colleagues that it's really true that our legislation presupposes that all the data that is used for the development of the city planning document should be open, should be in public access, and should be used by the customers. But unfortunately now the data is not in public access. That's why we need to make different inquiries and wait for the answers in order to get the data that is to be used in the city planning documents. Chernivtsi is also a historic city. That's why within the city planning documents we're also developing the historical and architectural basic plan. And if we analyze our work stage by stage, we are on the main stage now, and we keep working on those city planning documents. Thank you. If we speak about the challenges we are facing in our work, I would mention something that has already been touched. And here I would specifically mention the problem of lack of expertise and analytical studies and close nature of data, because even our inquiries sometimes are left unattended, or the answer is that it's not possible to collect the data, or it's not possible to provide this data under martial law. But we cannot do strategizing or planning if we don't have any data at hand. It's like going at random, just making guesses, and you're trying to find some new ways for finding the data, or the original data, the initial data that you needed, or the data that could replace it. We're also facing staff shortage in terms of the people who could be collecting and processing this data on a regular basis. And since we lack this human capacity, well, this problem exists not just in the field of city planning, but in all the other fields. And say, when we look at the demographical planning, if the situation with birth rate and people leaving Ukraine is not changed, it will be very sad, not just for Lviv, but for all the regions of the country. And this human capacity, which is very much shaky now, is a problem. And we don't have high quality connections, because even people working locally, regionally, nationally don't have close connections with each other. That's what we feel. That is what a problem for us. And if we try to intensify those connections, this could already yield good communication, both inside a municipality, between different municipalities, on different topics. We had to work on this integrated plan for a long period of time, because people changed, trends changed, approaches changed, and all the time we are trying to develop this system anew on the basis of our previous experience. So we are trying to improve communication now. We want to find the mechanisms that would work well in the long-term prospect. And if we're talking about strategies, normally strategies are developed for 10 or 15 years, but as compared to some other examples, that is still a short period of time, because our international partners quite often think in the categories of 50 or 100 years, and they invest the senses into their strategies that are not likely to change over 50 or 100 years. They will still be important for the residents of those cities, further generations, and that could be one of the approaches that we apply in the conditions of uncertainty. We focus on the values that will be followed in the long run. And another thing I would like to mention is a balance between concepts and practices. People who reside in cities, though being ready to come to strategic sessions, to focus groups, to workshops, no matter how often they occur, they are held, but at the same time they are talking about municipal strategic documents and strategic documents of other levels, but we can also see a problem not just about residents, but about developers and municipalities that are implementing them. You just develop one strategy, you don't manage to implement it, but you already have to redo the strategy. And if there is no small result in the short term, we don't get the inspiration to develop something for a long run. So I think that we need to strike the right balance between strategic planning, municipal planning, and implementation in the form of many results. We could have some pilot projects, which could be one of the tools for working with the situation now. Thank you, and thank you for bringing us to our next block, within which we would discuss the content of those documents. How do we find this right balance between the short-term and the long-term prospect in modern conditions, and what content developers and residents want to see in those strategies and concepts? Is it identity? Is it housing? Is it heritage? Maybe there are some core topics that would repeat in the course of development and which still matter now. Let me start. I think that overall our strategy was developed for 7 to 10 years, and as I've already mentioned, we tried to have some pilot projects in order to ensure this difference between short-term objectives and long-term plans that would be developed within some programs and within some strategic directions that we outlined for Novovosnesensk community. And in fact, an important part both for the community and for us was the realization of the fact that identity matters the most for some Ukrainian communities, in particular for Voznesensk community, because their history is closely linked to the Russian Empire. They were founded in the period of the Russian rule, and they are teaching us that we need to go back to the past and to see what original things they have there in their history that could be brought into the strategic development of the community. And this identity could also be developed with the assistance of local businesses. And we are talking now about the development of business, return of people, boosting people to launch their startups. Communities also want to develop creative industry, because if you are a community that doesn't yet have any specific vision or any specific element that would make you recognizable for the whole of Ukraine, well, in such communities, local business could become the driver and could actually make the community visible on the map of Ukraine. And of course, the topic of infrastructure is also in high demand, because it's all about the economic development pathways. This is all about connection to large cities of Ukraine. So I would say that identity and business and infrastructure are the core components. We have communicated the most with the communities in those directions. Well, in our case, it was the city which established the framework, which is 2030, the same as was my colleagues, and I think that this is linked very well to the uncertainty that we've been talking about, because experts are coming and we actually don't know, and they don't know, is this the post-war vision, or well, do we use the best case scenario, the worst case scenario, or the neutral one? But you know, the main scenario for Zaporizhia is the scenario in which Russia will always be close, no matter in what format it will be there, but that is the country with which we will definitely not make friends for a very long period of time. So mostly in those scenarios we are discussing the options for reorientation and reformatting of trade, economic activity. We want to focus on the European Union because Zaporizhzhia is an industrial city, and we still don't understand what we need to change in order to meet the requirements set by the EU. And it's of interest that in our task forces we have 6 topics of priority that we are discussing with people, and we are interested in a very diverse pool of stakeholders. We have got some topics that are very relevant, like security, housing policy, housing and accommodation for IDPs, but it's also sustainable urban mobility and public spaces, which have been vital topics for us and still are. And if we're talking about vision and strategy, that is also demographics, and, well, can we somehow engage people? Can we encourage people, not just IDPs, but generally the people who could be drivers for our economy? Could we engage them to Zaporizhzhia? Could we make them come there? Well, that's it. Thank you. As far as the current conditions for the implementation of the city planning documents are concerned, in Chernivtsi we've got a number of projects related to provision of housing and accommodation for IDPs. And it is thanks to the availability of the city planning documents and preparation of the premises and areas for construction that has enabled us to take quick decisions. At first, we resorted to temporary accommodation for IDPs and reconstruction of the premises that are currently owned by the city council, and that was also a decision on allocating some areas with the target designation that fits well into this field. So now we are already implementing projects related to construction of housing for IDPs, and we are also developing a project document together with the ministry, that is the project of affordable housing, and we are also providing opportunities for relocated businesses which need to probably transport their production facilities. And we are facing a challenge here because there is a norm in the city planning regulation of Ukraine which is related to industrial areas, suburban areas. Normally, industrial enterprises were supposed to be located in the suburbs, but the city has nothing to do with those territories. That's why relocated manufacturing enterprises had to establish contacts with the already functioning enterprises, and they did not expect the city to allocate some areas for them, which is one more challenge. And to tackle this challenge, we are now developing city planning documents with revised functional zoning of our territories, and we also need to revise our documents to increase the area which is in high demand now. Let me continue. I already partially answered this question. The same as Sumy, we are just developing the concept and we cannot yet mention any specific priorities that we would have. It's too early. But we understand that those priorities should be some visionary things. And even if the period for the implementation of the concept is 10 years, while we are developing the concept, we are thinking about 2035, but the vision behind that, the vision developed for the community should be for a long run. And I think that we could be talking about the prospects of 50 years, because many processes cannot be implemented within a short period of time, which is in 10 years. If we speak about current priorities, our city has a clear focus of attention, which is reflected in the decision of the City Council. Of course, we are first of all talking about the support of the armed forces of Ukraine, and we spend great resources on that. And another priority, which is no less important, is resilience of the city. And resilience can be viewed in different manifestations. It's resilience both under martial law, when we're talking about the security situation. A lot is being done in this direction, but it's also about resilience in the conditions of climate change, which is anyway affecting the life in the city. It's about resilience from the point of view of energy and energy balance in the community, and a number of other dimensions that can be found, well, including economy. Suppose we are talking with sustainable employment in the community. But I would like to also speak on one more aspect. It's not only uncertainty, it's also about limited resources. Because when we are talking about our working in the conditions of limited resources, be it financial or human resources, we should first of all focus on the intensification of the processes that are already functioning rather well but could be better, or the processes that could well be established without any major capital investment in infrastructural projects. That is all about improvement of connections, and well, we should start with routine communication in different levels, because that will help us implement a number of projects and to attain long-term objectives like neutrality to climate change, resilience to climate change, sustainable development. And this is something our partners from the European cities teach us. They always claim that mitigation of climate changes alone would not be the task that they could afford, but if they focus on visionary objectives when introducing minor changes in our communities, we could actually take small steps to attain major goals by knocking on the same door, and sooner or later they will open and we will attain those objectives. Thank you. Well, to be brief, our integrated concept for Sumy community has the time line of 10 years. But in the course of our work, this planning may well be reflected not in some timelines, but in terms of scenarios. What will happen suppose the situation remains as it is? Or what will happen suppose the front line will change? Well, unfortunately, we may not expect this scenario. The only thing is that we may expect that the front line will be closer to the level of 2022. So we have developed a number of scenarios which constitute the basis of our actions, and on the basis of those scenarios we are trying to outline short-term and long-term priorities, We prioritize the topics that we focus on because there is an urgent need for that, and the residents of the community shape this list of priorities themselves. So we have developed some strategic directions and objectives of the concept, which include, in particular, logistics at the front line, at the borderline, decentralization of infrastructure, which is important not just for the Sumy community, but in general. Also, Sumy residents outline as a priority the green and blue border in the region, in the city, because that matters a lot. It affects the health of people. The natural resources in Sumy community are great. We've got a number of rivers, forests, and of course we do have human capacity, human resources, because people are about motivation, are about development, are about military defense. So we understand that if some priorities do not match with the strategic priorities, then the local grassroots initiatives start working on them. Well, these may be some minor issues related to the grassroots culture or informal education or the readiness of civilians for alert and raising the resilience of civilians to the current conditions in general. So the community is dealing with those issues more. Thank you, and here is the last block about the future. How do we work in those conditions of uncertainty, and what vector seems to be the best one for working with each case of yours? And also, how do we avoid some overlap in the development or duplication of effort in the development of our documents? Maybe you have some success stories. How do we ensure sustainability of those programs for them to organically flow into other programs and be implemented without any serious revision when there are no grounds for that, or even if there are grounds for that, for them not to actually reject the previous developments. Well, I may start. Our strategy will be the formal task for the development of the comprehensive plan, and it's already about sustainability, because it's not just a document to be put under the shelf. And it has already been mentioned today that we need to get some minor results. There could be some pilot projects, hard or soft projects. Testing should take place.
For example, for the development strategy of the city of Kyiv, which is actually a paper tiger, it's not a document that will ever be implemented, but we have similar documents in smaller cities and smaller communities which have different experiments, pilot projects for each of the stages, which provide for some feedback and help adjust the concept, strategy, or restoration programs. In the long-term prospect, in my opinion, it's a better way to follow in terms of resilience. So the more flexible the document is, the more the better the team working on it is, the more potential for implementation. In terms of Sumy, in the case of Sumy, I think what is positive is that the majority of the team of experts, some 40% of experts actually, are residents of the city of Sumy. These are people who were either born in Sumy or who have lived in Sumy for a long time. Many of the communications experts are natives of the city of Sumy or those residing in Sumy. So once the project is over, we will leave, and these people will stay and continue implementing it. So this is about sustainability and scaling up of knowledge and experience. And also capacity building, and I think that this kind of interaction can help potentially implement such documents. I totally agree with Uliana in her saying that it's cool to have people who are on site as part of your team, or this may be high-level communication of local organizations and institutions that can take some of the topics into their agenda, and then they can promote and advocate for the ideas they were working on. And in our case, if we are talking about uncertainty, then as a project manager, I'm thinking 10 times whether we need to travel to Zaporizhzhia to conduct something online. This is in terms of budgetary planning, and also it's not always possible to travel to Zaporizhzhia, and not all experts are willing to travel to Zaporizhzhia for various reasons. And offline work is, of course, very important. So, of course, it's better to build these connections with the locals because they are the more knowledgeable about the local context, and nobody will perceive your developments positively if there is no interaction. And in terms of sustainability and consistency, in a perfect world, I would see this institute of a commissioner who is the Institute of City Development, that has this view that we are moving from strategy to branch concept. So we finished with this, then donors come to us with a proposal, or an organization comes up to you and says that they want to develop something, and you reply to them, we already have a vision for this, and we need a vision or concept for accessible spaces. So it has to be a more coordinated type of activity. There should be rigid pressure coming not from individuals but from institutions to use all the documents that were developed for a specific community that can be used as source data. And the source data, of course, should be updated. This is a perfect world, and I understand that not everybody is ready for this, but I think that gradually, even in Zaporizhzhia, we are seeing initiatives where people are coming together and sharing their experience and are trying to make something more structured out of this experience. And also, I had this rather crazy idea, because I'm looking at the urban planning market and spatial planning market, and normally when we are having teams, the experts are independent experts, they work with different cities, and I'm seeing this trend of people working with one city as part of one team, working within a team for a different city, and such experts are involved because they have already been working on the development of similar documents for other cities. So this is about consistency. And during the previous workshop with another organization, for example, they have developed a similar document and they can share this experience. So this is again an initiative coming from the bottom, and something that could be seen as very positive. I think that the topic of uncertainty is something that is part of the work of urban planners. But I think in the previous century, when we still had traditional urban planning and urban planners knew everything, they didn't know about uncertainty. They knew where we were going to live, how we were going to move around the city, where we were going to work. But now with the war, of course, we have the uncertainty, and uncertainty is something that we don't necessarily need to tackle, but maybe adjust to it. And maybe we also don't need for every single idea to be perfect. We don't need to try and reach perfect utilization, and we can disregard it for us to be more quick and more flexible, because I think that strategic planning can be very detailed. You can accumulate all the data available, but it's a question of whether you're going to use the data. So in this respect, we may try and be less perfect and try and not create things that should be perfect. And if we're talking about consistency of some documents, then we try and look at the objectives of the community before we started working with them. So we try and identify all those objectives that may be found in any strategic documents and try and use them as the foundation for the analysis to see whether the community is ready to move forward, whether they have enough resources to achieve those goals, and this will allow for future strategic documents to be developed not from scratch, but to already be built on something previously developed, even if we're talking about documents created 10 or 20 years ago. Another aspect of development is working with adjacent communities, not to create a vacuum for one community. We need to look at their interaction with other communities on the regional and national level, and in this respect it may become a challenge because it's not always possible to process such a huge bulk of information and meet all of the stakeholders and resolve all the conflicts. So this is again a different type of uncertainty that will still be present. And if we are talking about implementation of specific strategic documents, we need to understand that there is legislation, there are conditions and principles on how such documents should be developed. And if we want for our work to make a difference, some things should be adopted on the legislative level. And we shouldn't try and create separate documents because it may disrupt the synergy that we can have on the level of all the urban planning documents. And also all these projects within which we develop strategic documents should have some type of interaction. We shouldn't be trying to silence information about some documents being developed, because it may be the case that 3-5 organizations are working for one community developing the same documents for them, and it may be just an issue with communication. But at the same time, it's all about the human factor. It's about the ability to communicate and to have a proper dialogue that we need to keep up so that it's not broken. Well, first of all, I think that we need to have comprehensive long-term planning with identification of all the objectives and areas. We need to have transparent and clear legislative framework. And we also need to have clear-cut implementation plans, and implementation over a certain period of time should take place in the priority order. And we are feeling that security is a priority for us at the moment, so we need to implement those projects that have been developed to achieve this specific goal. Thank you. I would like to support my colleagues who were saying that documents and instruments that are created by the documents must be flexible, because when each new document and its development looks as if we are launching a rocket into space, it becomes unclear how we need to do it and what resources should be used, then the process becomes too complicated, and then there are overlaps between different documents, repetitions. And if we could somehow systematize or change the system, it would help us to make more sense and have better structure depending on the objectives that we have for each specific state. So we could first start with approval of vision. If we have a specific vision, it doesn't mean that we need to then proceed to a list of specific projects, and that list should not be exhaustive. Achieving a specific vision should be described through various means and measures, but when we are talking about specific projects, they should already lie within those specific areas that the vision outlines, but they shouldn't be prescribed within the documents themselves. And I think it should be the initiative of municipalities. It shouldn't be something coming from the top. And also the flexibility should be demonstrated in the fact that municipalities develop different documents, because different municipalities have different needs. If we have a very rigid framework without an option to do something or not to do something depending on your need, then it results in duplication of many documents which are then never enforced. But actually the efficiency of the documents is not increased because of that. Perhaps somebody may share a more positive experience, but here we are always taking this route when each document has its own focus, and it may appear to be something similar to the previous documents, but we are trying to look at it from a different angle, and we are now developing youth strategy in the development of the city of Lviv, and very many of the objectives mentioned in this strategy are reiterated every year, and people may say that these things are not new anymore, but in my opinion this is a demonstration of consistency. So we had a specific demand to develop that strategy, and of course people developing the new strategy looked at the previous document in existence and added some of the information from the existing documents to the new one. And a new document will have its focus and its place within the system of a series of documents, and it will somehow be consistent with those documents already existing in the community. And another interesting aspect, since we are now having concepts developed by Lviv City Council and the work is being coordinated from the inside, we are having structural divisions, and we work together with a working group on the development of the documents. So the initiative comes from the bottom, and all the key work is focused in the municipality, and everybody understands that whatever becomes part of the concept will be implemented, and there is this general understanding that people need this document, that it's not somebody from the outside coming and telling you that you need to have this document, but it's a document that is developed on the initiative of the community members, including local residents. And how do we monitor these documents? It is important to create specific municipal institutions, because if we entrust monitoring, implementation and enforcement solely to municipalities, then because of them being understaffed, the task will become impossible. So here cooperation is important. Cooperation during the design stage between various stakeholders, business organizations, residents and local authorities, and the same applies to implementation and monitoring. It doesn't have to be an exclusive task of the municipality. It should be the responsibility of all the stakeholders during all the stages. Thank you very much. Thank you for this discussion, and we still have some time left to perhaps take one or two questions from the audience. Yes, please. I can see your hand, the second row.
Speaking about this priorities, I wonder how far you are aware of this situation that actually many cities and towns have been destroyed, like erased from the ground in Ukraine, unfortunately. And now what is realizing you have the responsibility, particularly in terms of as many towns have been totally erased, your responsibility in regard like this heritage kind of side of city planning or rather kind of preservation, because this panel has been kind of coined as a planning during the war, but in fact we are speaking rather about planning after the war. And after the war there is going to be some kind of influx of the capital after, you know, this EU and things, options open. But from the experience of Prague, actually a lot of destruction in terms of this heritage, cultural heritage, urban quality of the Eastern European and Central European towns comes actually with this kind of oligarchized influx of money and kind of privatized taking advantage of historical heritage and public interest in general. So I wonder how far you are aware of this, and to what degree you understand this your responsibility as part or like crucial or like not as part of the heritage or urban heritage have been like unescapably erased, or so that there's actually your larger responsibility in the consequence of this?
Дякую.
Thank you very much. Well, in general, it's hard to say what will happen to those cities that have been destroyed completely, because there's a number of factors that come into play. It will all depend on the number of stakeholders that will participate in the restoration and rebuilding of the territories, but partly destroyed heritage can be treated differently, and some of this heritage can be even left intact, like ruins that can become part of memory recording. And I think it's actually up to the residents of those cities where we have those destroyed landmarks and destroyed architectural heritage. It's up to them to decide whether we need to restore them or maybe keep them as they are. We need to understand that priority number one for all of these documents that we were discussing is that we need to do our maximum for the cities not to be destroyed. This is our top priority in all strategic documents, and to achieve this end goal, we do this and that and that. We help the armed forces of Ukraine, amongst other things. And I'm convinced that all of the documents that were discussed today are not about fantasies after the war. These are actually the scenarios of what we are doing now. We are talking about cities where infrastructure has been destroyed, but can we build a new heat power station now so that we don't have blackouts? Or can we build 5 smaller ones instead of one big one? Should we not restore the old big one and instead build 5 smaller ones? So do we have enough resources to rebuild the destroyed schools, or can we think about some hybrid modes of learning? And does it make sense to build a square, or maybe a priority would be to build a shelter for children where they can have proper classes, meet and talk to each other? So I'm convinced that all of these documents, including integrated development concept for the city of Sumy, we are talking about improving the life of the community today, taking into account a bigger vision. If we are talking about architectural heritage, tangible and intangible heritage, it's a huge challenge because there are very many things that have been destroyed and will never be rebuilt. There are also some things that are on the temporarily occupied territories. There's heritage that has been stolen from our museums by Russians and transported to Russia, and we may never know where specific items of our cultural heritage are. But there is a different side to this coin, because the war has been going on for 10 years already, and the full-scale invasion even more so pushes Ukrainians to look for their identity, to preserve each small element of architectural and cultural heritage and to restore it. Is restoration of cultural heritage destroyed by Russians our top priority? Probably not, because if you've been to Ukraine recently, you may have experienced blackouts and frequent air raid alerts, but this is part of our reality. And we are talking about a vision, about consistent vision that will become the foundation of our future. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, the time of our discussion has run out, and I suggest that we have all further discussions behind the scenes, and now we'll take a quick break for us to reorganize the room before the next panel. Dear colleagues, please pay attention. That is going to be a short break. Please be back at 5:10. And pay attention to time. We are starting at 5:10 in this very room.
Good afternoon to everyone. I think that we may start our discussion on decolonization and urban space in Ukraine. And for a start, let me make a short remark for the person who was interested in the planning and in the war. Unfortunately, we don't have our colleague Vasily Roshko present here. He's actually the founder of the Heritage Monitoring Organization, and they are dealing with this monitoring of the destroyed heritage. They are recording all the data to restore this, to require reparations, to demand them. But we've got two great persons, which is these are Alla Petrenko-Lysak, the associate professor of Kyiv, Taras Shevchenko National University, specialist in social sciences, and we've got our young colleague Lilia Vakhniak, who has just got her master's diploma, and she is working with the topic of commemoration within urban spaces. I think that the topic of decolonization is on the one hand very popular, but on the other, which is a mainstream, but on the other hand, if we're talking about decolonization, we don't quite fully understand what we are talking about. We'll try to figure it out. But first, we will have a look at some specific points. We will have a look at the effect decolonization has had on the practices of commemoration in Kyiv and other cities of Ukraine. So there will be a short presentation, and let us structure our work as follows. My colleagues will deliver their presentations, and we will have 2 Q&A sessions. After each of those groups of questions, you will have a chance to also give your comments. Hello, everyone. You know, last year I was actively dealing with the research of public spaces. In particular, I was trying to research how the war affected social processes in public space, how it affected the behavior of people in public spaces. And here I would start with a great quotation of one Austrian writer, Robert Musil. He said that there is nothing more invisible than a monument, or the most noticeable characteristics of monuments is their invisibility, which is a paradox. We are erecting monuments to stress something, to draw attention to something, as if saying, please pay attention to this, keep it in your memory. But in fact, what happens is just the opposite. We get so much accustomed to what we see on a daily basis, and, well, in a way, we get sick and tired of that, and we just start contemplating about this. But in the recent years, the years of war, we've become more attentive to public spaces, particularly because it is being destroyed by Russian missiles, but also due to the fact that we have decided to reconsider the facilities and sites that we have in our public spaces. We are dealing with demolition of monuments, renaming of streets, which is not a secret. Everybody is well aware of the fact that this process is taking place. And the citation by Robert Musil that I have given is continued by the German researcher Leda Assmann, who says that, in fact, the invisibility of monuments testifies to their power within public spaces. The moment attention is being paid to a monument, this means that some of the values these monuments reflect are disrupted, and there is an ongoing discussion around them. And that is exactly what we see in public spaces. We have ongoing discussions. We've got questions to some sites, and we get the question of what we have to do with all this. That's actually what we now call decolonization. But in my presentation, I would like to stress one important thing. In fact, our monuments and memorials are kind of reservoirs of historical memory. We make them responsible for historical memory, and we keep on living our own lives. And we don't notice that actually those monuments do not quite cope with this task and do not quite perform the function that we have entrusted them with. We also try to have some monument that we don't like demolished, if we start disliking a symbol and we install a new symbol without any additional discussions and contemplation, and this is done in haste, which has bad consequences, because the very reflection and contemplation are the core elements of decolonization. If we don't have this active thinking process, nothing will happen. That's where we need to ask not the question what monuments we have to erect, but the question of how we could really do commemoration in the way that launches this active thinking process. Or if we take the monuments that commemorate the fallen Ukrainians, or if we take the monuments dedicated to Bulhakov, what do we do with this legacy? That's what we need to think about, and we need to discuss the new approaches that could possibly be applied by us in this process of thinking and decolonization. And here I would like to give you one example. A fountain in one German city, the city of Kassel, was, before World War II, was built on the initiative of the Jewish community and at their expense, if I'm not mistaken. And it was the symbol of Jews in that city. It was demolished in 1939 by the Nazi, and after the war it was not restored. Now that is a place of memory, but not a straightforward reproduction of what used to be there. That is an underground fountain. So on the surface we can just see the outline, the contour of the fountain, and looking into the grid we may see water downwards. So I think that this is one of the interesting approaches to shifting the focus of attention and launching this thinking process. Because when we lay all the responsibility on the monument, when we shift this responsibility onto it, and when we try to invest into it all the symbols that we are afraid of forgetting, we are trapped, because memorizing and keeping things in memory is possible only within the framework of an active thinking process. And the places of memory in city spaces should actually encourage you to approach them and to ask yourself questions. That is not a place that should direct our opinions and thoughts very, very directly. There should be some space, some room for ideas. Thank you. Good afternoon. I was primarily focusing on the discourses that we have on space, memory, decolonization, how these elements are taken together. And let me start with the statement, which is the most critical for me and which always is the starting point for me. And the phrase is, space matters, and humans in spaces matter. Senses matter. Senses in spaces matter. And what is happening, events in space matter. We cannot avoid space. We cannot think out of space, thinking that it does not exist. That's why when we're looking for the answer to the question how space is changing, is it changing in the context of the decolonization process, I would like to say that what matters for me is who is acting, who is speaking, who is engaged in the interaction around those rather complicated issues. That is the desk research that I started with, because before immersing into it and suggesting my own thoughts and ideas, or formulating my statements, I had to do monitoring of the situation, and let me share my findings with you. Yes, here you can see like the subtitle for what I'm talking about. here it says that the discourse of memory or memories in spaces, about spaces and decolonization. This is an important topic, and all those who can have decided to express their ideas, to dedicate something to decolonization, to contribute to it, to write an article, to have a talk show, to have some posts or comments dedicated to the topic of decolonization. So actually we don't have any spare social unit that would write about that or speak about that. But before that, let me say that coloniality and decoloniality have recently become a kind of a continuity for the topic that went to the periphery, behind the curtain, which was the topic of decommunization. Seemingly, we don't speak that much about decommunization because that is the stage that we seem to have passed, and we have switched to decolonization. We don't hear the term decommunization any longer. It has transformed into decolonization. So actually, they are used as synonyms in public discourse. But it's questionable because, anyway, all social processes have continuity, and if we're talking about decolonization, it means that we used to have colonization one day, and we have to prove it and to describe it. If we faced colonization, we cannot immediately jump over to decolonization. There must be some stage of post-colonization. When was this stage over? How quick it was? Or probably it's going on together and hand in hand with the process of decolonization. I think, though I'm not sure of that, that these two processes are taking place simultaneously, because some people are now at the stage of post-colonization, but they speak in decolonization terms, thus deceiving or confusing others. Besides that, I would also say that we have the notion of recolonization or neocolonization, because we have occupied territories where actually colonization continues as an even reinforced. So in fact, we have this problem, we are facing this problem of coexistence of three processes: colonization, decolonization, and post or or neo-colonization. So the topic seems to be very, very simple in our discourse, and everybody tends to speak about that. But this oversimplification has led to the situation when people start finding very simple answers. The topic has become easier to follow, and well, it appears that it's easy to forget, to erase, to rename, to say that someone was bad, and this is already decolonization. But that's not so. Decolonization is not just about eradication, cancelling of the Russian culture and rejecting everything that belongs to Russia, like Russian cheese, Russian sausages, or anything else that belonged to the Soviet times. That oversimplification shows allegedly that we have already done something, or we just try to erase the Soviet times as if it did not exist. And it existed only in some scientific discussions. Only scientists speak on that because we have the law, and even in our PhDs we need to get our permissions to quote one of the Soviet writers and authors. But again, does it mean purification of our past? Erasing of our past? Cancelling is not a good way to forget. Or sometimes decolonization is stated as the recovery of the Ukrainian culture in search of identity. In that way, we're just trying to make it too simple. Either too simple or, well, it seems to be now the topic where everything is clear. We just need to say that we used to be the victims and now we want the truth back. But if we immerse into the notion of colonization and post and decolonization, we really need to be professional in our discourse and in public discourse in particular. Politicians, popular bloggers, state officials, opinion leaders, journalists, cultural actors, curators, artists, philosophers are all writing and speaking about decolonization. I will not give you citations, but my database contains all of them. Public figures, users of social media. By the way, this is the most active group speaking about decolonization, and they seem to be experts in that topic, in inverted commas. But the least noticeable in the public discourse on this topic are veterans, servicemen, businessmen, economists, and experts in that field, professionals. So, even by that list, you can understand in what format they're actually doing it. And we've got different schools, workshops, there is a glossary of terms related to decolonization, which is not a bad step to at least start talking shop on that. Different podcasts, movies, forums, well, this is all good, but the problem is that we tend to oversimplify this issue. What space is being decolonized? What is this space heavily discussed? Well, as far as the physical space is concerned, these are talks about demolition, reinterpretation, and temporary erasing or temporary hiding. Like, you remember the monument to Lenin on Teatralna Square in Kiev? Well, it was just covered with some canvases, with some theater panel. And that seems to be it. The memory spaces, well, we have dominating memory spaces, the ones that we want to exist or the ones that are imposed on us as very important, like the current memorials. Also, here we may be talking about cultural space, like topos, toponymic names, generally names. Should it be Mikhail, Vladimir, or Mikhail and Volodymyr? So that is another forms of discourse on decolonization, because for some people it already means that we are decolonizing things. Names of objects, here is another space, transliteration, transcription. Then the space of our daily life, which is all about our routine communication when we appoint meetings or tell the taxi driver where to go, but he does not understand because in his old GPS map he still has the old names, the Soviet names of streets. Also daily meetings, names of some bus routes and bus stops that also need to be reconsidered. And also, there is an individual space. These are the spaces where we all grew up. That is our native street and home. And that's not about toponymic terms. It's about some internal sense of belonging to your own and connection to your identity. And it appears that not all people want to have their street renamed. If they didn't live there in the childhood, they wouldn't care. But that is the street where they spend their childhood, and they wouldn't have the street renamed when we are facing some conflicts within this discourse. So that is the matter of internal decolonization. Please show on the next slide. So here I will show you how we keep memory of a certain space. We do have individual memory and individual spaces, already mentioned, and they also need we also need to reconsider what metaphors we're using, what citations we are using when we are describing our current reality. So the generation that is now 40 plus, 50 plus, well, they need to be able to speak in the context of new rules and new changes. Then it all moves to the level of collective joint memory. I would like to show you the final result, like the Osman approach. And so it all transforms to the level of collective memory, which is called which is given some name, like the collective memory of the residents of a certain city, or the witnesses of a specific event. So this is individual memory, and it is framed into the joint memory. And you know, it's quite often difficult to reject collective memory, and you need specific arguments to make people convinced that now this collective memory shouldn't be that important for them. Also, we have this communicative memory and communicative space. So when we start a discussion, when people are ready to talk about their individual memory to some other social groups it belongs to, should they enter a conflict? Should they try and persuade the residents of their streets or their relatives that this is important or not? The other dimension is social memory, because all these individual communicative events are taking place within the context of social memory, where we have much more tiers like media discourse, education, studies, and all the other institutions that have actually led to such communication at the level of the community. And also we have the so-called I memory, when a person is trying to demand from society and community to install some sites of memory or preservation of some spaces because he or she and their social group find it relevant. Also, we have got the so-called me memory. This is the memory which comes from the outside. We would be ready not to notice those spaces, as Lila mentioned, but we are told, no, look, watch it. We will remind you of that through TV news, through social media. We will remind you of that through some rites and rituals. And that makes the whole group remember and see a certain space. Here is an even more complicated frame, which is manifested through historical memory, with formal institutions telling you are allowed to remember this, like the National Institute of Memory, and they give recommendations, protocols, directives regarding how you should respond if you are just an interim unit within all those processes. So they are actually recording information in formal texts and textbooks. And I would also add here something that also matters in audiences like we have today. So this historical memory goes together with the cultural memory. Just come to understand this. Some time will elapse and we will reconsider all those stages of history, and we will have a different view of this, and there will be even the dates marked for the whole social system. And the most difficult level to which we have a lot of questions is political space, political memory. Political spaces and political level officials are the judges in this process which pass the final decision.
So you mentioned a lot about reflection, about who is doing what, and I have a quick remark that we don't have that many books published on the topic. We have not yet read what others have done in the sphere of post-colonial studies and decolonization. So who can tell me what is the difference between post-colonial studies and decolonialism? And probably one or two people will be able to answer this question, but we need to understand this difference, what is relevant for us. We need to internalize these things as a society. And if we are talking about cities, we are coming back to physical spaces that are connected to the society, of course. So here we are talking about two separate groups of objects. These are monuments that represent our system of values, and we are talking about some architectural spaces or items that we can work with in a different way. And this actually brings us to my next question about the change of social landscapes in Ukraine. How do you even understand this? What is the change in the social and symbolic landscape? What does it mean? And how should it look like? In my opinion, we cannot have a complete replacement of symbolic landscape. It's probably having new layers of new dominant senses, because a dominant feature that we used to have in the past will definitely leave its trace. And we are now placing focus in a different way, and we have identified that new values and new figures will be important for us at this moment, and we will be dismantling those monuments that were erected here during the Soviet era. But the problem is that simple dismantling does not change the symbolic landscape. We can take the example of St. Michael's Cathedral in Kiev. When it was destroyed as part of the Soviet atheist policy, it was a tragedy for many people, and it was serious interference with the symbolic landscape. The rebuilding of this cathedral did not actually take away from the fact that the Soviets destroyed this cathedral. So right now we have a rebuilt landmark, and we brought a new symbol to the history of the place that we already have. So if I were to give a concise answer to this question, symbolic landscape for me is an accumulation of different symbols that people associate with a specific space. And when we are having different social and political events like wars, then public spaces acquire new symbolic meanings, and we rethink the existing meanings, and new layers are added to the symbolic meaning. I think we are in a way rewriting the narrative every time. Yes, I can give an example off the top of my head. Change of symbolic landscape is when in Ukraine we have a high demand for the blue and yellow paint, and we started repainting everything using the yellow and blue paint, including the monuments to Lenin. They were also repainted into yellow and blue, and I think this is a trend that probably we shouldn't be maintaining, but again, it's a sign that we have this new symbol that people are trying to bring into visible space. So for me, symbolic landscape is when people start in a way to interact with the objects within this space, but do it in a visible way. It could be, it can even take the form of vandalism, of protest. For me, as a sociologist, it's important to understand who is behind this protest, what types of values these people have. So the people who are carriers of these values are agents of change in the symbolic landscape. They either bring in something new or take away something from the visible public space. Do we have any questions? If we have questions from the audience, please. How many questions can we ask? How much time do we have? But we have one general question for this panel discussion left. Good evening. My question is directed to Allah. I will voice a couple of statements and I'm interested in your opinion. So I heard this message about simplification. So how do I see why people are so negative and even childish about the Soviet and imperialist legacy? So if we draw parallels with psychology and see society as an organism, then I would see colonization as abuse, as imposed patterns of behavior, and decolonization is a process of separation. And I've heard a message that it was your message that we can now start rethinking. Instead of canceling everything Soviet, we can start rethinking it. And I do not see a way of leaving codependent relationship without separation. So I'm interested in your opinion. How do you see this? As a sociologist, I cannot think about society in terms of metaphors of diseases. Sociology believes that metaphors of diseases, saying that the society is sick, that there's abuse in the society, there is mental illness in the society. So I do not subscribe to this approach. I do not like these metaphors. So I would not be using such terminology to describe the society. I think we rather need to talk about specific stages in the development of the society. I think that we are hurrying too much. I am not very harsh, I'm just being critical. And it's a problem for us and for the wider public. We do not discuss this problem, we have not discussed this problem, we have not rethought this problem in the time space that other countries were able to do, other researchers were able to do. So they are ready to give you answers because they have completed a long path in search of balanced answers, and we are trying to run this path as if it's a sprint, and we at times appear too naive and we have expectations that are too high. I think that it's normal for the growth period, but we need to slow down a little bit. And we shouldn't try and come up with these simple decisions through simplification. Do I have specific recipes? I think we could take a specific example and then I could give you an answer. If you are interested, we can have a specific discussion of a specific case and then I could give you a more specific answer. But if we talk about the general state of affairs, I would not be able to provide you with a unique single recipe. So there is no easy solution here. Thank you. We have 2 microphones and I have a couple of questions actually, and I will try and formulate them in a concise way and hope that you will be able to answer some of them. So about the terminology, decolonization, post-colonization, there's also another term, imperialism. So what is the difference between the 3 of them? And on the other hand, the thing that has been discussed widely in other countries is the term neo-imperialism. It may not be connected to physical presence or capturing of lands. It's about the influence of the West on other regions of the world, in particular when we are producing knowledge, when we are having some cultural influences. So how is the combination of processes taking place in Ukraine possible, and how would you interpret these processes? And on the other hand, how can we combine this intellectual realization of the processes, which requires time because you need to read some books, you need to generate some knowledge. And how do we align all of this with the needs of people right here and right there, because they need to demolish a specific monument, for example. We are faced with a tragedy of such a big scale that probably makes us push the theories to the background and do something right away. What should be done in this situation? I will probably start answering. In my opinion, these processes should come in parallel because monuments, they produce a very strong emotional reaction, and it's normal and natural. And symbolic landscape is not something that has been given to us by God. It's created by us people, and it can be rewritten on the basis of specific values which we already have as a society. But we had more than 30 years actually to become more active in this respect. But unfortunately, the active phase of the war actualized all these processes, as well as the war which started back in 2014. Yes, some people were working on the topic, but they were not publishing many books on that. So in parallel to this process, we need to start a realization. There should be an expert society, there should be public discourse where we discuss our system of values. Because we cannot say that we will not be dismantling the monuments, that we will keep them, that we will keep the Lenins and we will keep all the Peter the Greats, just putting a plaque near that monument, giving context to it. In Vienna, you will find monuments to people who are still producing very strong emotions. For example, we are talking about the anti-Semite mayor. So people still don't like the monument to this person standing in Vienna. So if we are changing the symbolic landscape, we dismantle some of these monuments. But with some of the monuments, the situation is different. Sometimes if we just dismantle the monument, but we still see this empty pedestal, then we will be coming back in our thoughts to that monument that used to stand on the pedestal. So maybe we need to somehow use contemporary art that would provoke new thoughts. For example, with this monument to motherland in Kyiv, so we decided to replace the emblem of the USSR and instead put a trident on the shield of the monument. And what if instead of doing that, we organize something different? We set up a foundation, and every 3 or 6 months we would have a competition for the best recontextualization of different monuments. And in such a way, we could discuss these issues within the society in a more productive way. And coming back to neo-imperialism and knowledge, we use our own knowledge, but we don't have enough of this knowledge, and we borrow from the knowledge generated by others. We need to also understand that there is our local context, and we need to adjust this knowledge to our context. And here I would like to add about imperialism, colonialism. I think that these are terms coming from different glossaries. One is neo-Marxist and the other was coined by Said. So it's different angles, different optics, and if you are a theoretician or even a practitioner, you choose a theory that you support and the terminology that you find more convenient for you. But of course, you need to be aware of all the terms that exist out there, and to be able to criticize terms, you need to know what they stand for. With regards to decolonization, it should be mentioned that if we are talking about it as a process, it's a certain type of movement and practice. That's number one. And number two, I agree with the statement that no social group has an exclusive right to decolonization. So no one has the priority to do something in terms of decolonization. So these are ongoing processes that may have no end. So who knows what the final destination of decolonization is? I don't think you will be able to give me the answer. This is a very long process. And I think that Ukrainian science and also our life and practice have given so much new material to feed into the global narrative. And I think that what Svetlana mentioned is also correct. We need to clarify the terms that were coined some time ago. For example, that a colony may be a European country inhabited by white Europeans in the center of Europe. For some people, it may be difficult to understand. And let me briefly add, I agree with my colleagues and speakers. I just wanted to have a comment about the parallelism of processes that Svetlana mentioned. I think that being in a rush is our enemy as far as reflection is concerned, because we are talking about long-term processes here. So maybe we shouldn't be afraid of this presence/absence, of this pause, because they are a certain stage in the process of reflection. Because unlike hasty decisions to dismantle some monuments and put something else in place of old monuments, something that you find more pleasant, something that aligns with your contemporary values, I think we have to be more understanding of all these processes. And Svetlana mentioned art, and actually it could be a nice transitional period for us, and also something that would include an element of healing. And if we are talking about public space, it's a space which has traces left by different people who come into that public space, who will leave some inscriptions on specific monuments, for example, expressing their thoughts. Good evening, everyone. I'm Alexander Chizhenko, and you mentioned those people who are protesting. And my question is about categories of people who are protesting. Do you distinguish those categories? Because in the public space, we may see the stimulated vandalization. For example, we have these very ambiguous figures in our history, and Russia emphasizes on these differences that we have in our perception of these figures, and in such a way, actually, they exacerbate the conflict in the society. Are there any measures that you are developing as a response to such behaviors? Something that would explain the stimulated vandalization, or do you have any other categories or terms that could explain the behaviors of specific people or the specific events that we had in the history of Ukraine?
Well, thank you again. That's a question where we need to focus on some specific details, because it depends on who and what. who is doing that and what side are we talking about, what object are we talking about. We should be fighting the reasons and the causes and not the consequences. And to put it in the right way, I would rather say not to fight, but to work with. And we need to understand whether there is a point of discontent, disagreement, and if we are talking about social technologies, in your case, this is all rooted in Russia. So first of all, this needs to be proven. There should be not just a suspicion. And if it is proven, you have to work within the context of the source of information and the channels for transmitting this information to the recipients that act on the basis of this information. And it's really important to understand what object you're talking about, where it is located, and who is instigated to take such action. So that is not a difficult information for those working as social technologists, but we need to be specific about the details. Well, it's a very difficult thing to deal with, because Black Lives Matter, you know this movement. Christopher Columbus, he tended to be a positive figure. He really made a contribution. He discovered America. And all of a sudden, he is demolished. We should understand the motives and the intentions of those people. Why do they do it? At least we need to try and understand this. One thing, just if we're talking about General Lee or a person who was in favor of slavery, but there were some inquiries made to the municipalities. First, they didn't want to have it demolished, and then they understood that they need to have it demolished because it would be all about restoration of justice at that stage. Yes, and demolition is actually possible if the group of protesters is supported, or there can be relocation of this municipal. But this all depends on the details. There are a number of ways to work with such things, in particular reframing, recontextualization, or reappropriations in art. So these are the ways for working with those sites. Sometimes we need to have them demolished. There is no other option. But in some cases, there may be some options. Regarding the monument to Bulhakov, I think that it just needs to be removed from that place. But in case with others, well, we can work with that. And then we will, in that way, provoke this process of interpretation and understanding, and the society comes to understand its role, which is by far more complicated and complex than it looks from afar. If we go back to the Soviet period, let's take the war in Afghanistan. Who were we in that war? What was our role? What was the role of our people who were trying to earn their living to Algeria, to Egypt, to Syria for construction? What was their role? What did they feel like? What were their sense of belonging? What ideology did they bring into the facilities that they constructed, because they built a number of facilities and even cities? So we need to have a more complex picture of everything. I'm Anastasia Bolshadvorova. I'm the deputy of the City Council of Odessa, and I would actually like to ask you a very practical question. The point is that today we are facing a challenge with Pushkin. We do have a monument to Pushkin, we do have Pushkin's museum, and recently we had an interview with a guide of the Pushkin Museum who says that he was absolutely great in his attitude to Ukraine. He lived in Odessa, but the City Council of Odessa is facing a challenge. Do we have to close the museum? What do we do with the monument? Because one of them has been covered because the vandals are doing something bad to this monument, but there is another monument to Pushkin right in front of the City Council. So you were talking about specific details. Maybe you could give us some recommendations as to what do we do with this specific case. Well, our piece of advice would be try to arrange a number of workshops to find out how this needs to be recontextualized. You need to work on Pushkin. You need to understand what his vision of Odessa was, whose poet he actually was, what ideology he introduced and supported. But that's an interesting question, definitely. Sure, you cannot cross him out from the history of the history of Europe. That will be absurd. He was there. He lived in Odessa. Odessa is reflected in his works. But in the cities where he didn't live for any single day, the monuments can be removed. But in his works, he mentions Odessa quite a number of times. And that's not only about Pushkin. It's my subjective opinion, but I think that besides Pushkin, we have Mickiewicz and a number of other authors who have also been to Odessa, and they have left some legacy there, some memory there. So all this cohort of people could be museified. And there could be just an exposition like Pushkin in Odessa. It should not be a top exhibition. There should be no symbolic importance attached to it. Just there could be an exposition of the people who used to live in Odessa, who mentioned Odessa in their works, and that exhibition will actually describe the process of glorification of Pushkin, and that will mean critical interpretation of what Pushkin did for Odessa or in Odessa. Something was actually called to be a very important thing he did in Odessa, but maybe it was not that great. So I think that we cannot demolish everything. We just need to have a different configuration to reconfigure his presence in Odessa, and maybe you could make it not that public, not in the public space, but in the museum. Just museify him. But that's just my subjective opinion, and that's not my recommendation for Odessa. Please get me right. Got interested in the discussion because you mentioned that we cannot compare abuse and what is happening in Ukraine. Because society is a much more complicated structure. It's just different. And we quite often hear the idea that Putin is a psychopath. He's a mad person, but probably also criticizing this idea. You're talking about reflections and contemplation, reconsideration, and for me, this is experiencing the same emotions once again, because if we don't get back to what happened, we may have a further traumatizing effect. Well, that's true. I just meant that sociology does not work with clinical medical terms, that we work with metaphors. That's why I object to this statement that Putin is mad, or if you use any medical term, that he is a psychopath. We haven't seen any documents certifying that he is in such condition, which is a good metaphor from the media. This is a good metaphor that can definitely be used in art, culture, but that's definitely not the fact, the real fact that has been proven. If we do have the documents certifying this, then we can state it. And I don't think that we have to view all the things from the point of view of a disease. It's not the approach applied in psychology or sociology. The decisions should anyway be passed by people not when they have any mental disorders or dysfunctions, but they need to be staying in a well-balanced state. We have to reject this approach, but that's my subjective opinion, and we may have a discussion on that, but just please let me have my own subjective opinion. The point is that social sciences are not applying such approaches, and I'm a social scientist, and I'm now talking right away from the position of a sociologist. We are now undergoing the process of quick memorialization. We see it every day, every week in a lot of cities, and quite often because of that, this process is of poor quality. Suppose in Nizhyn, a monument was erected to the defenders of Ukraine, which is great, but that is an absolutely Soviet-type black granite monument in between the churches on a nice square downtown, and it will never be erected because it has already been demolished because it has been installed there. And about 300 meters from that place, there is a Soviet-type memorial built in the Soviet times. Everybody wants to demolish, so it could have been actually installed there. So what do we do to avoid such things? You have to launch competitions, conceptual competitions, and give prompts to people who have no idea what needs to be done. You know, many people don't have the experience and they don't have the understanding of the fact that there may be some alternatives to the Soviet-type monuments. They have never seen other things. So if you suggest something else to them, they may fully support you.
It's not necessarily a gathering of thoughts. Trauma is a sneaky little bastard. And usually we tend to react to trauma. And that's why we react to pain, and we tend to feel the need to hide what's causing pain under the rug, which is not a healthy habit to have. When you suffer of trauma, you seek for healthy mirrors. And for example, there are other nations that went through trauma. You can ask other people from other countries how they dealt with their colonialism or their communism and so on. So that would be one thing. Seek for mirrors when you feel like you are too strongly triggered. The other thing is truthfulness, authenticity. We have international agreements related to heritage preservation, and authenticity is a very strong element in terms of policy of restoration and conservation. So I will give you an example related to Fellner and Helmer building that you have here in Chernivtsi and also in Odessa. Fellner and Helmer were Austrian architects that built more than 40 theaters in the Austro-Hungarian Empire. And each of these buildings has a different story. They are all theaters, right? Same kind of building, but in different contexts. So you cannot make a recipe for how to preserve their presence. You have to understand each of them. In Bulgaria, for example, they don't have any research after communism. So when you look for documents, scientific documents, they will state that the restoration from the 70s is at the original state of Fellner and Helmer. The 70s was under communism. So if you go there, you will understand that whatever you experience in that building is the original design by Fellner and Helmer, which is not true. Yes. Yes. Sure. Okay. So my question would be, of course I compare to this, but do you have in perspective policy to consider comparing your situation to other cultures and to integrate and to adopt perhaps? I know it's case by case and it's not a general recipe. And also because what we are talking about here, if I do understand, it's about the heritage that you're building today for the next generation, and it's a position to have today. How are you going to build your position today?
It's only through dialogue and inclusion. Inclusion of Ukrainian experts, Ukrainian experience and expertise, and the search of common points using the experiences that you have enumerated, including, well, but there should anyway be some coherent narrative and some coherent value-based pillar points, pillars. Otherwise, that will be like absolute relativism. And we also have to understand, you mentioned the authenticity of the site. What about the St. Michael's Cathedral mentioned by Lila? Today it's not an authentic one, but when it was built, it was really a manifestation of symbolism. But then the events of the the years 2013, 2014, when the defenders from the Maidan were hidden there and supported. Well, it changed its symbolic nature. It used to be the replica of something that could actually exist, but then it changed its symbolic nature. So we need to understand that monuments may also acquire a different meaning, a different sense. But there is a monument to Hitler. Of course, you will not recontextualize him because everybody has agreed that this is bad and we have to remove it from our public spaces. We can put it to the museum, we can place it there. That's another story, because there we can already indoctrinate our society by telling why so and how it was happening. Yes, and some plants or flowers could be placed on that square where the monument used to stand. Well, thank you for the discussion, and here is my question as a follow-up to Loredana's question. But I'm probably not talking about the Austrian architect who built a lot of theaters throughout the Austro-Hungarian Empire, but about Russian classicism and the most radical embodiment of it in the architectural center of Poltava, which is just a glorification of the Russian Empire. So it's not just about arranging an exposition in the Poltava Museum of the Poltava battle. We need to reconsider the whole story. Yes, and that's what we will definitely be working on. Well, I'm sorry, but I suggest that we just give the short answers to the questions. Svetlana, and please try to wrap up this heated discussion, because if we start listening to all those who would volunteer to speak, we will leave this room only at 8 in the evening. So just try to give quick answers, wrap up, and let's follow our agenda because we are behind the schedule. Well, as far as wrapping up is concerned, we have also already mentioned that symbolic landscape is not something taken for granted, and people are reconsidering, rewriting it, and there are some points in our history where we need to do this reconsideration because it's related to our understanding of who we are and why we generally exist. We are doing this for our sake, or for the sake of our identity and authenticity. That is the way it happens. We have to understand that we can have some interim activities and measures, like we may close the monument on Teatralna station, subway station, and then we will think it over what we do with it. But we have some processes in place. We need to go through this process of reconsideration together with the society. We have probably also reached the ideas of Freud and psychoanalysis, but that's what we really need to somehow analyze and apply, and there should be many stakeholders from the society in that process, and besides the professional discourse, there should also be public discourse. Of course, great responsibility for all the things lies on the academic community and experts, professionals, but there should also be public discourse, which is all about our media and other stakeholders. We have to work with them. These are complex issues, not easy to find solutions and answers to, but that is what's happening in the spaces of our cities now, so we have to cope with this somehow. Thanks a lot to your attention, to being so much active. Thank you, dear panelists. Thank you, Lilas. Thank you, Allah, for participating in this discussion. Thanks a lot to everyone. Thank you, Svetlana. So, colleagues, I would ask you to stay in your seats. We don't have any break. And we still have some 20 minutes left until we finish. If you can see me now, this means that the program of the day is about to be completed. You can close your eyes, but I don't think that that will be happening for a too long period of time. So let me have like the common wrap-up, let me ask you, raise your hands, those who have been staying here since the very beginning of the day. And those who joined us somewhere close to lunchtime. Great. So please do remind me what has been happening throughout the day today. What discussions or sessions have we had since the beginning of the day? We had a formal opening ceremony, then was the acquaintance session, so to say. Then we had the first discussion about society and space. Then, what came next? Then we also had a number of short presentations. We had a discussion on city planning, urban planning, and just now we have had a session dedicated to decolonization and the things happening around us. Now, I would ask our engineers to get some questions on the screen. These are the questions that will help you to recall what has been happening throughout the day. Next slide, please. And the question is as follows. What are the essential thoughts, questions, or insights that you want to capture or share for today? And that will be happening as follows. We will ask you to spend some 5 or 7 minutes on discussing this issue with your neighbors next to whom you are seated. Just look around, see who is next to you. For those on the stairs, again, have a look who's around you. And suppose you see that the people around you have already formed a couple, just join them and make a couple of 3 people, and you have 5 minutes to share your question, to answer to the question that you see on the screen. Is the task clear? Great. So let me give you 5 minutes for you to communicate with each other and to give the answer to the question about the most important insights of the day. And if you see that you are staying aside from other people, just please join them. And after that, we would also like to get some of your comments. And I would really ask you, suppose you want to leave right now, please do it, but be very quiet about that. Do it in a very delicate manner. And after you give answers to the questions, we will remind you what is going to happen tonight at our informal reception. Good. So the 5 minutes have already started. Please communicate with your neighbors, and we will wait until you do it.